Comme il est 11h02, la Chambre aborde.
It being 11:02 a.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Considération à la deuxième lecture du projet de loi C3.
Second reading, Bill C-375, an act to amend the Impact Assessment Act, federal-provincial agreements. Standing in the name of Mr. Deltel.
Monsieur Deltel, appuyé par Monsieur Soroka.
Mr. Deltel, seconded by Mr. Soroka, moves that Bill C-375, an act to amend the Impact Assessment Act, federal-provincial agreements, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Environment and Sustainable Development. Debate. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint-Laurent. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm always very pleased to rise in this House to speak, but today is special because this is the first time that I will be able to explain the bill that I have been preparing with the entire opposition team, along with House of Commons law clerks, and my team here in Ottawa, as well as in my riding. An excellent team. Over 8 years and 5 months as a member here in the House, this will be my first private member's bill, and I'd like to thank my constituents for the trust they placed in me in 2015, 2019, and 2021. And of course, as to the future, it's up to them. But I believe that they will continue to place their trust in me. Now, this bill, C-375, an act to amend the Impact Assessment Act, in English.
Assessment Act, federal-provincial agreements. La raison pour laquelle je tiens à le lire, Monsieur le Président.
And the reason I'm reading out is that the first time I held it in my hands is that I was very pleased and moved, because those with the French version will see that the French version is spelled F-E-D-E-R-O. I was very surprised to see that. The spelling surprised me, but I know that the law clerks are very careful, and I went to see them, and it turned out that indeed, in titles of legislation, fédéraux is written with an O. It's an unusual spelling, but it's tradition. And so, of course, I wanted to make sure that this was all in proper French, and indeed that was the case. Now, we all know that climate change is real, and we must act quickly to face the effects of climate change. Humans have played a role in climate change and must thus play a role in fixing it. And that's why this bill is aiming to help us be more effective in fighting climate change. This bill has to do with impact assessments because right now we're seeing that there is overlap between federal and provincial jurisdiction on the environment. We know that the first province to have this system was Alberta. Since there is an assessment in provinces, why have two when more than ever we need green projects to help us face climate change? And indeed, this bill aims to make things more effective, more optimized. We need to optimize the work of people, scientists who are assessing these matters. We need to avoid overlap. And indeed, this is a bill that aims to increase cooperation and not confrontation. Indeed, we believe that provincial scientists are as good as federal scientists. So why have two impact assessments when one would meet the same objectives, but much more effectively and much more pragmatically? That's what this bill is really about. Now, let me get into the details. Mr. Speaker, this is an idea that our party has cared about for some time. For years, our party has been saying we should stop stepping on each other's toes. We should have only one assessment. There were different ways to go about this. We could be amending legislation on a piecemeal basis, but that would have been very long, and we would have had a very long bill. So instead of having that kind of approach, we are taking a pragmatic approach. And I would like to thank the law clerks we worked with on this. So this approach is to create an agreement mechanism Because yes, we are indeed condemned to work together to fight climate change. And yet for once, we're happy about being condemned to work together because we need to do this for the planet and for the environment. So a mechanism where federal and provincial partners will work together for a single assessment instead of being set at odds with each other. There's not good guys and bad guys here. This is about science. Science is not partisan. Science is rigorous and must simply use its expertise for the environment. That's what we're suggesting here. Now more than ever, as you know, we need green projects. And we know that with the legislation that has been tabled by this government, well, we know that this government has given itself veto power over hydropower. I'm affected by this as a Quebecer, and I am offended by it. Because we believe that in Quebec we have a great deal of expertise on hydro. And this government, which is always greedy for more power and which always wants to get into areas of provincial jurisdiction, has decided to give itself a veto power over hydroelectric projects. If that had been the case in the past, think about projects like Manicouagan, Bay James, and so many others. Where would Quebec be if it didn't have its own hydro in the 50s? If the federal government had a veto power? If we think about the Untitled plants, if we think about the 4 Manicouagan plants and many others that all received the green light in 1958 and that were built in the 60s, with Manicouagan 5 being inaugurated in the 60s, it was remarkable, and this was done by the province, and everything was done very well. So it's very unfortunate that the federal government is changing this, and this has been brought before the Supreme Court. In the referral on the Impact Assessment Act, the Supreme Court scolded the federal government and said that it was interfering with provincial jurisdiction. But the federal government will say that this was not a decree, that it was simply an opinion offered by the Supreme Court. But indeed, we will need to respond to this opinion offered by the Supreme Court. And our response is that the provinces can work hand in hand with the federal government and not at odds with the federal government. That is how we should address environmental issues. Let us remember, Mr. Speaker, that this government said it would study the situation. We are proposing a way to make things much more effective and to say that we do need environmental assessments for major projects. We need one assessment per project, and that is something that our specialists can do very well. Mr. Speaker, what we're seeing here is a battle between the pragmatic approach and the dogmatic approach. This government has been in power for 8 years. And what have we seen on the environment? Announcements, more announcements, the creation of a new carbon tax, and then an increase in the carbon tax. That's the liberal approach. It's very dogmatic. And what results after 8 years of that approach? After 8 years of this government, it has never managed to reach its targets except during the pandemic. So if this government's approach is to say, we'll have to close down the economy to meet our targets, that's not a good thing, and it's very disappointing. What we've seen here with this government is an approach that aims to tax people above all else, and we know that very shortly, on April 1st, this government will be increasing the liberal carbon tax by 23%. That's a bad thing, and we'll be coming back to it later. And some may say, well, you, the Conservatives, are against everything the government does. Well, no. If the results were there, if they were doing things that were good, we would support that. But that's not the case. This government has never met its targets. And we're not the only ones to say this. Every year, the UN tables a report on the effectiveness of environmental measures in regard to 60 countries from all parts of the world. These are nonpartisan expert scientists who analyze the efforts and results in various countries in climate change. And just to be sure that I correctly quote what was said.
Index 2024 Rating Table. Ce document, Monsieur le Président, a été déposé.
This document was tabled during COP29 recently. And Canada, after 8 years of this Liberal government, out of 67 countries, was not in 40th, 50th, or 60th position. It was 62nd. After 8 years of this Liberal government, when it comes to its effectiveness in fighting climate change, it is 62nd. And last year, it was in 58th position. Are the Liberals' climate change policies working? No, they are not. And it's not just people who are upset about the increase in the carbon tax that will be happening shortly, but scientists from the world over who don't have a partisan position, which of course we do as politicians. It's normal. In fact, it is our duty to be the little opposition and to look for problems in the government's policies. But this isn't us. This is impartial scientists from the world over who have stated that this government is 62nd out of 67 countries. We need to act on climate change. We need to take measures and be pragmatic. And that is why at the Conservative Convention that we had a few months ago, our leader laid out our major guidelines on climate change. And the reason I'm mentioning this is to say that this wasn't some press release that was whipped out at the end of the day on Friday. As a former journalist, and as someone who's been in politics for many years, I know that when you publish things at the end of the day on Friday, it's because you don't really want to talk about them. But here we're talking about a convention with 2,500 conservative supporters from the entire country who are all brought together. They were all there to hear from the leader of the official opposition, the member for Carleton. This was a major speech where he laid out the vision of the future conservative government that many Canadians want to see, including us, of course. The 4 pillars of our party's action on the environment were explained by our leader. Firstly, we will want to use tax incentives to invest in new technology to fight climate change and to reduce emissions. We're talking cutting-edge technology, using tax incentives to encourage it. That's pragmatic. People in their businesses, in industry, are generating climate change causing emissions. They're the ones who know how to change it, not Ottawa. Tax incentives will enable them to act pragmatically and quickly. That's the first thing. Then the second pillar, to give the green light to green energy. More than ever, we need green energy, hydroelectricity, solar energy, wind energy, geothermal energy, and nuclear energy. These are all zero-emission energies, and we need to explore these avenues, but we need to speed up the process. We need to give the green light to green energy, and here again, this bill will speed that up by offering an opportunity for cooperation between different levels of government. That's the second pillar, then. The third pillar, we need to focus on the fact that Canada has so many advantages, natural resources, energy. Why go abroad to get that energy or natural resources when we have them? As long as we need fossil fuels, we will always support Canadian products. Because yes, we still need fossil fuels. Recently, a report in Quebec stated that there had been an increase of 7% in Quebec consumption of fossil fuels. So as long as we need fossil fuel, I'd prefer it to be Canadian energy and not American energy. I have nothing against Texas and Louisiana, but they contribute nothing to equalization. And finally, the fourth pillar is to work closely with First Nations. When projects are carried out on ancestral lands, we need to ensure that Indigenous communities are partners and not merely people that we give a check to and then it's over. So this is a bill that focuses on cooperation. It focuses on pragmatic measures to help us fight climate change. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires, l'honorable parlementaire, secrétaire parlementaire du leader du gouvernement.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And what I see within the legislation is a Conservative Party that is, in essence, saying that they want to, from a federal perspective, open up any sort of a development without ensuring that there is a process at protecting our environment, Mr. Speaker. That's what I see within this legislation, in which it's being offloaded to provinces and allowing province to ultimately make the decisions. And the question I have for the member is, would he not acknowledge that there is a role when you have these major projects that have an impact that go beyond a provincial boundary?
L'honorable député de Louis-Saint-Laurent.
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Liberal. Because the Liberal is to think that Ottawa knows best. This is exactly what the member just said earlier. Because they think that it's not enough to have the provinces making their job. Yes, the provinces will continue to make their job, but the federal government will do it too. Instead of going and saying, I know what is best in Ottawa, I'm from Ottawa, I know what is best for this or this project. No, they will work hand in hand with the provinces. This is the way to deal in this country, Mr. Speaker. So this is why we see in this government an arrogant attitude saying Ottawa knows best, us is working together instead of working one against other.
The honourable member for Avignon-Lamétis, Matane, Matapédia. Thank you very much. I think this bill could be quite useful in that it gives priority to measures that already exist in provinces. For example, in Quebec, our environmental measures are more rigorous. There's no reason for the federal government to carry out an assessment when the Quebec government has, for example, already rejected a project. For example, the Saguenay liquid gas project. Now, I have a question. We already have under federal legislation that the Impact Assessment Agency can delegate to a province or Indigenous leader the power to carry out part of that impact assessment. So I'd like to ask what the difference is between what is in this bill and what already exists in legislation.
Well, it's not because it's in the law that the government applies it, Mr. Speaker, and the Liberal colleague has just shown that. He doesn't trust the provinces. We trust the provinces. But what we want is to establish a mechanism which will allow each and every project to make sure that there's proper collaboration between the provinces and the federal government. And it's... I'd like to remind the member from the bloc that their leader, when he was Minister of the Environment, refused an environmental impact assessment for the most, he turned down Sémétrie Mécanisme, and now they are trying to teach us a lesson on the environment. Well, Mr. Speaker, no. The leader of the Bloc Québécois will always be the Minister of the Environment from Quebec who authorized the most polluting project in the history of Quebec.
From Port Moody, Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Cons are always on the side of oil giants who are making record profits. Why have the cons always given space to big polluters, giving them a free ride, and refusing to tax the corporate greed to help Canadians?
The honourable member for Louis-Saint-Laurent.
Everybody, that when we talk about the future of this country, we're talking about the climate change reality. But as long as we will need, fossil energy, we will fight for Canadian energy. This is so simple, Mr. Speaker, that I don't understand why people will say, maybe some people would like to dream, to live in a dream world. But the reality of the people, Mr. Speaker, is that we need that kind of energy today. And as far as I'm concerned, why we would support other countries? Why would you buy and sending billions of dollars outside this country to those people who are developing their industry, while we have everything here in this country? But we have to work hand in hand with First Nations, with provinces, with everybody to develop all the potential of energy and natural resources of this great country, Canada.
We have time for a 5-second question and a 10-second answer, if anyone wants to. Then the honourable member from Victoria.
Thank the member for his speech. I'm curious, when providing amendments to the Impact Assessment Act, why he didn't fix some of the problems, including ensuring First Nations have proper consultation.
Member from Louis-Sinaha.
I wish that the member will see what our leader said many, many times, making First Nation partner in each and every project. Our leader was crystal clear a year ago and repeat that just a month ago, saying that, yes, we have to work hand in hand in First Nation, making them partner for the prosperity of Canada.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader. Point of order, the Honourable Member from Foothills.
Thank you very much. Speaker, just asking my colleague from the New Democrat Party, who insinuated that the Conservative Party of Canada are cons. We try very hard to ensure that we use parliamentary language. I would ask the member of the NDP to apologize for that comment. And
So I thank the Honourable Member from Foothills for raising this issue. I'm going to come back to the Honourable Member on this matter with some haste. Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government, to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure to be able to rise and address what I believe is one of the areas in which the Conservative Party of Canada is somewhat vulnerable on, and that's the issue of the environment. I really do believe that they are, especially under this new leadership, found wanting when it comes to coming up with ideas that is healthy for Canada's environment. In fact, the legislation that's being proposed today kind of reinforces other attitudes that they have in general about the environment. Today we have the Conservative Party saying that, look, you have a province that says we can handle it, no problem at all. The federal Conservative government would say, okay, fine, we don't need to have any sort of federal involvement. That's in essence what it is that the members opposite are proposing, Mr. Speaker. So at the end of the day, what it reminds me of is, as I say, this consistency of policy development that takes the Conservative Party away from being concerned about Canada's environment. When we talk about these major projects that are underway and being proposed, being considered, these are projects that will have profound impacts on our environments. And when you have some of these mega projects, there is the possibility, a very clear possibility, that it will go beyond any one provincial boundary. And there is a need, I would suggest, for you, and the Supreme Court of Canada has also made that suggestion, for a federal government role in the process. And I think that if we take a look at it, Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, most Canadians would actually agree that the federal government should not be getting away from its important role when it comes to the environment. When you think in terms of industries and having regulations, both at the federal and provincial levels, where it will enable a certain amount of security and predictability, which then allows for investment. And there are so many investment opportunities, Mr. Speaker. The member opposite, and I was encouraged actually when he used the word green developments, Mr. Speaker, and you'll notice that he made mention to green quite a bit in his comments, and I applaud him on that. You know, I think of the investment, for example, that VW has made into Canada in cooperation with the Premier of Ontario and the Government of Canada. And you think about the thousands of jobs, green jobs that are going to be created as a direct result of that. Well, those jobs, in good part, are going to be relying on mineral development. As Canada is getting into a position of being a world leader, Mr. Speaker, in the development of batteries. Those batteries require rare minerals, and Canada has the opportunity to be able to not only supply internally for potential demand and development of secondary industries that create more and more jobs for Canadians, Mr. Speaker, but it also has the capacity to supply the world in many, many different ways. And we have companies throughout the world that look at Canada as a place in which they can invest. And what investors are looking for is regulatory certainty. So when you talk about the IAA, what you're really talking about is recognizing that the federal government does have a role to play. And through the Supreme Court of Canada, it's made it very clear. And we've indicated that we are going to put it under review. We can anticipate changes and amendments that are going to be brought forward, Mr. Speaker, again in a very progressive fashion. We're not going to do what the Conservative Party is suggesting through this legislation. And this is the type of legislation that I have talked about in the past in regards to Conservative Party and the so-called hidden agenda of the Conservative Party. While this is something that's very public, but there is something within this legislation that Canadians need to be aware of, Mr. Speaker. And that is, once again, we are seeing the Conservative Party stepping back on the environment and the responsibility that as a national government we have to ensure the proper protection of our environment and ensuring that the IAA is in fact the type of legislation which leads to regulation to protect our environment, Mr. Speaker. And that can be done in a manner in which it is fully compliant with the Supreme Court of Canada. And that is why it is we are bringing forward these amendments, Mr. Speaker. We recognize, unlike the Conservative Party, the need for cooperative federalism. And that is something in which ultimately we have seen taken place with this government virtually from day one, where we've had programs, such as CPP brought into place through the legislation of that has been brought forward by the government in regards to the environmental impact issues, Mr. Speaker, to, in fact, the dialogue that constantly takes place, most recently in regards to the whole area of housing. These are some of the more high-profile areas. I would look to the advantage that Canada has, unlike virtually any other country in the world. We are fortunate with all the minerals that we have, Mr. Speaker, is virtually second to no other when you take it in totalation, Mr. Speaker. At the end of the day, we have a very important role as a government to ensure that we have the laws and regulations at both the national and provincial level to ensure that our environment is protected. And we also have a responsibility to ensure that Indigenous peoples of Canada are not only consulted, Mr. Speaker, but worked with in regards to ensuring that we're protecting our environment, Mr. Speaker, well into the future. I recall when we brought in legislation dealing with trying to improve the process, and the Conservatives were very difficult in terms of wanting to see, i.e., bills like 69 dealt with. And it's because, Mr. Speaker, for them, having that regulatory uncertainty during Stephen Harper's 10 years did nothing in terms of expanding, for example, pipelines to our coastal tidewaters. It was actually, if you take a look of the uncertainty that was caused, I would suggest to you that that administration was not successful. Unlike our administration, Mr. Speaker, that put a great deal more certainty in terms of what's taking place with environmental assessment impact studies. And Mr. Speaker, to answer the question, I can tell the member that there is more pipelines to coastal land than the coastal waters than Stephen Harper. No, you're reflecting on Harper. In Harper, you can measure it by inches. For
the honourable, just going to interrupt the honourable parliamentary. I'm just going to interrupt the honourable parliamentary secretary to encourage all members, please, to wait their turns to take the floor, so that we could have a good discussion, and we'll leave the person who has the microphone to have the floor and to continue with their statement. The honourable parliamentary secretary has 1:15 left on the clock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I guess because I realize I am running out of time, that we need to take a look at the Supreme Court of Canada's decision. And if you look in terms of what is actually being said, it is fairly clear in indicating that the different levels of government have a very important regulatory role to play. And for the Conservative Party to deny that fact, I think does a disservice to our environment, and through that to Canadians, Mr. Speaker. And even though Conservatives might stand up and try to say that this is what they believe for Canada's environment, their actions speak louder than words, quite frankly. And we see that in terms of their flip-flopping on the issue, for example, of the price on pollution. Who knows where ultimately they will land on that, Mr. Speaker? But they are more concerned about areas in which are to the detriment of our environment, and I wish they would give more thought in terms of recognize that climate change is a reality, and having good, sound environmental policy is something that is needed from the Conservative Party today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Avignon-Lamitis, Matane-Matapedia. Thank you very much. Before I start, Mr. Speaker, I would like to offer my sincere condolences to all members of the staff of the House of Commons and to the family and loved ones of the staff member who we lost last week. I would have said that it was a pleasure to debate Bill C-375 this morning, and I had planned a long speech in good faith to recognize the positive aspects of this bill, but I think it's really unfortunate that earlier, when I asked a question to the member who proposed this bill, he defaulted to a partisan attack, and I think that's really too bad in a context where in Quebec we're seeing mayors who are leaving their positions because they're the victims of hate from politicians. Politicians across the province are inspiring people to speak hatefully towards elected members. So I think it's unfortunate that in here, instead of speaking respectfully and instead of answering questions in a reasonable way, we see this example of a return to pure partisanship. I think it's really too bad. But having said that, I will go back to the speech that I'd written, because this seems to me to be a bill that is potentially good and useful. It's a bill that would amend the Impact Assessment Act so that in certain cases the federal process wouldn't apply to a designated project. And here we're not talking about exempting any projects from an environmental assessment, but rather it would be replaced for a designated project with a provincial process. And that, of course, would take place within the legal framework of the province. Now, there were certain conditions that would have to be met, but the designated project would have to be the subject of a written agreement between the responsible minister, probably the environment minister, and the government of a province. In order for federal legislation to not apply to a designated project, the province's assessment process would obviously have to apply, and at the very least the process must make it possible to identify the effects that the project is likely to have, including effects in areas of federal jurisdiction. It must also aim to identify measures to mitigate the negative impact of the project, and there are other provisions included in the bill, particularly to provide a framework for agreements between the minister and a province. Agreements would have to be published in the Canada Gazette. The public would be able to provide observations. The minister would have to table a summary of their response within 60 days to the comments and objections that have been expressed. And the minister would obviously have to publish the final agreement. So on the face of it, this bill does seem like it's a good bill insofar as it would improve coordination between provincial and federal governments. And it would also improve the autonomy of provincial governments when it comes to protecting the environment, and that would be a good thing. So we're in favor of the principle of this bill, and we'd like to see it studied in committee to ensure that any proposed amendments would provide an appropriate framework for the process of moving forward on this, and to make sure that the rights and prerogatives of each level of government would be respected. More specifically, what we'd like to study in detail is the difference between the amendments to the IIA and the provisions included in C-375. As I was saying earlier, the Act already includes an exemption or delegation for part of an impact assessment to a provincial government. The Canadian Impact Assessment Agency does have the power to delegate to either a provincial government or to an Indigenous government part of the impact assessment. Now, that raises a number of questions, and one of those is the question that I asked the member earlier. So why are we putting this bill forward? And the member replied that, yes, it already exists, but the government doesn't necessarily use the powers that it already has. So what I'm understanding is that we should change can delegate to should or must delegate, and it's as simple as that. And then the provincial assessment process would take precedence. And I appreciated the question raised by a member of the NDP who said, well, why not just why did they not amend the bill when it was studied not that long ago? There was an update to the Impact Assessment Act not that long ago, and this is an amendment that could have been raised at that time, so I wonder why the Conservative Party didn't do it at that time. So, in committee, we would have the opportunity to identify the differences between what exists now and what's being proposed, and what are the advantages or disadvantages of this process relative to the one that's currently in place. So beyond that, there are three main reasons why the Bloc Québécois supports Bill C-375 in principle, but first of all, we're already fighting to ensure that all projects, including those under federal jurisdiction, comply with Quebec's laws, as well as municipal bylaws for the cities in Quebec. Secondly, insofar as Quebec's environmental assessment processes are more rigorous and better adapted to hear from the public than the federal processes, we believe that that Quebec's processes should take precedence anyway. And
Québécoises et les Québécois seraient eux aussi mieux respectés. Finalement, il importe d'éviter les situations absurdes où, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, des évaluations d'impact ont cours en vertu de la loi fédérale, alors qu'un projet a déjà été rejeté en vertu d'une décision provinciale à la suite d'une évaluation d'impact provinciale, comme ce fut le cas, je le mentionnais tantôt, avec GNL Québec. On se rappelle en septembre 2020.
In September 2021, the Bloc had to demand that Ottawa put an end to the federal environmental assessment of the construction of the Saguenay gas plant after the Quebec government rejected the project. And once the Quebec government rejects a project, I don't see how relevant it is for the federal government to do an assessment. I mean, Quebec doesn't want it. We've been clear. So I don't see what the interest would be of doing so. And don't get me wrong, when it comes to environmental protection, the Bloc supports ongoing improvement of laws and policies to better preserve the natural environment at all levels of government, federal, provincial, and municipal. Protecting health and the environment is obviously a priority for the Bloc. And in our daily work as parliamentarians, we defend Quebec's environmental laws against federal government intrusions and propose concrete action to reduce the environmental impact of human action and effectively protect ecosystems. We also advocate for each level of government to respect each other's powers and jurisdiction. This implies that we can each legislate to improve environmental governance in our own areas of expertise. So within the limits of its constitutional powers, the federal government must assume its responsibilities in protecting the environment. And the Government of Canada has two levers, taxation and regulation. And the Bloc is just proposing that the government use them. And what we are demanding of the federal government is that it fully assume its environmental protection responsibilities, but never act in a way that contravenes Quebec's environmental laws and policies. In fact, when it comes to environmental policies, Quebec laws, as I've said, are often stricter than those of Canada's, and above all, Quebec's territory belongs to Quebecers. Its occupation, use, development, and protection are essentially governed by the laws and regulations of Quebec and its municipalities. And the same is true for all Canadian provinces. However, the federal government often believes it has the right to bypass Quebec laws for activities under its jurisdiction. Certain activities and infrastructure, such as wharves, ports, airports, and telecoms infrastructure, are largely exempt from our laws. And therefore, the Bloc demands that the federal government respect Quebec laws for federal works and activities throughout Quebec. And in doing so, we are defending Quebec's environmental sovereignty in line with the unanimously expressed will of the Quebec National Assembly, which on April 13th, 2022, it voted on unanimously in favor of a motion affirming the primacy of Quebec's jurisdiction over the government, and neither the Liberal Party of the government or all of Quebec's elected officials supported the vote with respect to environmental measures. So generally, what we're saying is that when we can advance environmental justice or strengthen environmental protection in Quebec, it's pointless to pin our hopes on the Canadian government. In Quebec, we want more autonomy with respect to environmental protection, and we're obviously in favor of the principle of studying this bill at committee. Thank you. Resuming debate.
The honourable member from Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm glad to rise today to speak on this important issue. Canada today is feeling the impacts of the climate crisis. Just a few weeks ago, the government of Alberta announced that the wildfire season has begun. This was announced in February. Never in my life would I have imagined that wildfires would start in the middle of winter. And yet, to anyone who's been paying attention, it isn't too much of a surprise, as Western Canada has been subject to multi-year drought because of the climbing temperatures. The climate crisis is here, Mr. Speaker. And since 2019, the Impact Assessment Act has been an important tool for civil society to use to advocate for strong environmental protection. There have been significant gains made through the Impact Assessment Act. For example, the Vista coal mine expansion in central Alberta was delayed because advocates fought hard to have the project undergo environmental assessment to address several concerns from citizens. The Ring of Fire in Ontario has received regional assessment for all projects. It is important when we consider the delicate ecosystems that exist in these regions. There are many benefits of the Impact Assessment Act that cannot be ignored. But despite these benefits, we can also see that the Impact Assessment Act has many issues. It's why the NDP voted against the Liberals' bill in 2019. One of the greatest concerns I have about the Impact Assessment Act is that the timelines set by the government regarding public consultations are inadequate. Extraction projects often take place by First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities, and they deeply impact these communities in a variety of ways. Some of these impacts can include access to traditional medicines, the ability to hunt, fish, and gather, health impacts from pollution, social impacts from the demographic changes in the communities from new workers. Meaningful consultation with impacted communities is an essential piece in implementing reconciliation. As it currently stands, the Impact Assessment Act places timelines on Indigenous consultations. To me, this is not in line with the spirit of reconciliation. Indigenous governments and communities should have the time they need to consider the impacts on projects that would affect them. If there was a nuclear plant or a pipeline built near your home, wouldn't you want to consider all of the different possible impacts it could have before you agreed whether you supported it or not? How is it fair to demand a short timeline on such things when these projects have such serious consequences on communities? In amending the Impact Assessment Act, I believe there was an opportunity to allow for more meaningful consultation with First Nations, Inuit, and Métis communities, partners, nations. One option would be to amend the information and management of timelines, time limits regulations to allow impact assessment agencies to stop the clock on the request of Indigenous peoples and work with Indigenous authorities to ensure recognition of their laws and decisions. Another option could be to prioritize Indigenous cooperation regulations that legally recognize the inherent jurisdictional authority of Indigenous nations and groups and respect that decision-making authority throughout assessments and decisions. Every level of government owes it to Indigenous peoples to provide avenues for meaningful consultation. When projects undergo environmental assessment and they threaten Indigenous health, Indigenous culture, heritage, livelihoods, we cannot expect the current timelines to address this, especially when you consider the diverse needs of different nations across this country. We must ensure there is proper consultation and meaningful collaboration that uplifts communities. Ultimately, the Liberal government failed. They failed to prioritize reconciliation with Indigenous peoples when they first wrote this piece of legislation. I wish that the amendments that my colleague has presented to address this important issue. The Liberals like to talk a big game about standing up to oil and gas giants, but when it comes down to it, the legislation they presented, really all of the legislation they present, it is littered with loopholes and exceptions for the oil and gas sector. At the same time, the Conservatives seem trapped in a totally different reality, unable to acknowledge the fact we're living in a climate crisis, let alone create a plan to address it. It's not surprising today that in this debate, we heard people shouting back and forth, arguing, was it the Conservatives or the Liberals who built more pipelines? When it comes to advocating for strong environmental protection, the truth is that the NDP is the only party that's willing to take on the biggest polluters head on. And we are the only federal party that has called for a windfall profits tax on excess profits of the oil and gas industry. Because during a cost of living crisis, the country's biggest polluters shouldn't be exploiting people. They should be paying their fair share. We have also called for a more rigorous cap on oil and gas emissions to reach our Paris Agreement targets. We've been pushing the government to move on the Sustainable Jobs Act so it's implemented as quickly as possible because the transition to a clean economy cannot leave workers behind. By embracing bold and progressive policies that uplift communities instead of catering to the fossil fuel industry, we can create a more sustainable future for all. The Impact Assessment Act is an important tool in making sure that our air, our water, our homes, our environments are clean and healthy. The reality is that the current Conservative leader has said that his party, if they were to form government, they would scrap this legislation entirely. They believe that oil and gas companies can build projects without environmental assessments. I will remind my colleagues that this is the same industry that knowingly poisoned waters near the Athabasca Chippewa First Nation and other First Nations and Métis communities in northern Alberta when tailings ponds waters seeped into the environment at Suncor's Curl tailings site. It is despicable. It's untenable to leave this industry to its own devices. We cannot ignore the reality also that greenhouse gases do not know provincial boundaries. We must continue to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions, and a key component of the original Impact Assessment Act acknowledges the impact that greenhouse gases have on our environment. While we consider amending the Impact Assessment Act, we must uphold this important piece of the puzzle. It's crucial that provincial governments and the federal government continue to consider greenhouse gas effects in all projects, not just the ones that undergo environmental assessment, because we are in a climate crisis. As policymakers, we owe it to future generations to continue driving down greenhouse gas emissions, addressing pollution, and considering this in all environmental assessments. We cannot afford to ignore it. The increasing global temperatures are having an immense impact in our country, and the impacts are felt in our communities, on our economy. We often hear that fighting climate change is expensive, but it is even more expensive if we ignore it. Fighting wildfires costs the federal government $1 billion every year, with this number expected to increase as wildfire seasons become longer and more intense. This doesn't even account for the costs that wildfires have on our healthcare system. The urgency of our cause cannot be overstated. Climate change is not a distant threat, it is a present reality. We've witnessed the devastating consequences, from wildfires raging in our forests to heat waves killing hundreds of people in British Columbia. And the toll on human life and livelihoods is equally profound, with marginalized groups bearing the brunt of environmental injustices. And amidst these challenges, we have to find hope by embracing bold, progressive policies, ones where economic prosperity and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. The time to act is now, and the NDP is ready to lead that change. As we consider amending the Impact Assessment Act, I urge my colleagues to consider the undeniable impacts and costs of the climate crisis and the possibilities that exist in combating that crisis. It's important that we also ensure that we hold this Liberal government to account for the injustices that they continue to perpetuate on Indigenous communities, but also their inaction when it comes to keeping our communities safe. I want to thank the member for starting this discussion, and I urge all my colleagues to hold this piece of legislation responsibly. Thank you.
Before we resume debate, I'd indicated to the member from Foothills that I would come back to his point of order with due haste. Indeed, we had reviewed the tapes and had listened to what the honourable member had raised. In the decision of the chair, or in the view of the chair, rather, the language which was used, certainly in English, is not considered to be unparliamentary. But as I had said back on February 26, and I remind all members of this fact, that insofar as debate, and I quote, insofar as debate on occasion can be sharp and tense, even sometimes causing some members to take offense, it still can fall within the realm of acceptable discourse in the House. So I encourage all members, I'd encourage the honourable member from Foothills, if he wishes to pursue this further, to speak to the honourable member privately, and perhaps it can come to an arrangement which could work out for both members. Resuming debate, the honourable member from Yellowhead, and I regret to say to the honourable member of Yellowhead that he has 6 minutes left on the clock, because we're going to have to come to the end of consideration of private members' business. The honourable member from Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am pleased to rise today to speak on Bill C-375, an act to amend the Impact Assessment Act. We're at a critical juncture where the decisions we make can shape our nation's trajectory towards prosperity and sustainability. Central to our discussion is the vital piece of legislation, Common Sense Bill C-375. This bill represents a golden opportunity to streamline how we approach environmental assessments, ensuring that crucial green projects can move forward swiftly and responsibly. It's about cutting through red tape to unleash Canada's potential for growth while safeguarding our natural environment. Bill C-375 is not just about amending current legislation, it's about embracing a smarter, more collaborative way of working together, federal and provincial governments joining forces to make Canada a better place. If we work together, we can propel our nation into a future where economic development and environmental stewardship go hand in hand. Over the past 8 years, our system has been bogged down by unnecessary bureaucracy, a maze of regulations that, well-intentioned, often hindered project progress rather than facilitating it. This Liberal government's approach, as seen with Bill C-69, better known as the No More Pipelines Act by many, has unfortunately contributed to this stagnation. This piece of legislation, found to be unconstitutional by the Supreme Court, exemplifies an overreach of federal jurisdiction into areas that should rightfully fall within provincial expertise. The result? Delays, confusion, and a chilling effect on the investment in green and infrastructural projects essential for our nation's future. The Conservative Party has always championed the principles of efficiency, jurisdictional respect, and the reduction of unnecessary governmental interference. Bill C-375 stands as a testament to these values, offering a practical solution to the challenges we face. By allowing for agreements between federal and provincial governments to exempt certain projects from the cumbersome process of repeated environmental assessments, we're proposing a way forward that respects the expertise of provincial authorities and eliminates redundant federal oversight. In the heart of this discussion is Bill C-375 lies a multitude of benefits that promise to reshape the landscape of environmental assessments and project development in Canada. This legislation amendment stands not just as a policy shift, but as a signal for progress, highlighting our commitment to efficiency, economic growth, and environmental integrity. There are several tangible benefits this bill brings to the table, ensuring a prosperous future for all Canadians. The cornerstone of Bill C-375 is its ability to streamline the environmental assessment process. By allowing federal and provincial governments to work closely together, we can eliminate redundant evaluations, ensuring that projects don't get tangled in a web of bureaucratic red tape. This approach not only speeds up the approval process, but also conserves valuable resources. It's a common sense step towards making government operations leaner and more effective, directly translating into quicker turnarounds for project commencements. This efficiency is critical for maintaining Canada's competitive edge on the global stage, especially in attracting investments in green technology and infrastructure. An immediate advantage of streamlined assessments is the acceleration of project approvals. This benefit cannot be overstated. By reducing the time it takes for projects to clear regulatory hurdles, we open the door to wider economic opportunities that come with new infrastructure and technology investments. These projects are not just about immediate economic gains, they're about laying the groundwork for sustainable economic growth. Developers and provinces can move forward with greater confidence, knowing that their initiatives will not be indefinitely delayed by the bureaucratic process. This predictability is invaluable for planning and executing projects that can sufficiently contribute to our economy and environmental goals. Furthermore, fiscal responsibility is a principle that guides our goals for proper governance, and Bill C-375 is aligned with that aspect. By avoiding duplication in environmental assessments, we're poised to save significant amounts of public funds. These savings stem from reduced administrative costs and more effective use of resources. While it's challenging to put an exact figure on these savings, the financial implications are clear and substantial. These funds could be redirected to other pressing needs such as healthcare, education, or further environmental conservation efforts, maximizing the impact of every taxpayer dollar. Perhaps one of the most profound benefits of Bill C-375 is the emphasis it places on collaboration and respect for provincial expertise. Canada's provinces and territories are diverse, each with its unique environmental landscapes and economic context. This diversity demands a tailored approach to environmental assessments, one that respects and acknowledges the capabilities of provincial authorities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The time provided for consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. I see the Honourable Government House Leader rising on a point of order.
Very quickly, Mr. Speaker, on a point of order, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, I think you'll find unanimous consent to adopt the following motion, that notwithstanding any standing order, special order, or usual practice of the House in relation to the second reading of stage of Bill C-59 and Act to implement certain provisions of the fall economic statement tabled in Parliament on November 21st, 2023, and certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on March 28, 2023, all questions necessary to dispose of the said stage of the bill be deemed put, any recorded divisions be deemed requested, and take place immediately following the disposal of the motion related to the business of supply later this day, after which the House shall adjourn to the next sitting day, and that the debate pursuant to Standing Order 38 not take place. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent à ce que
All those opposed to the honourable members moving the motion will please say nay. Accordingly, the House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Adopted. Carried.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, business of supply, consideration of an opposition motion concerning Canada's action to promote peace in the Middle East. Opposition motion standing also in the name of Ms. McPherson.
Ms. McPherson, seconded by Mr. Green, moves that, given that, 1, the situation in the Middle East is devastating to many Canadians, particularly those with friends and family members in the region. 2, le bilan des morts.
2, the death toll in Gaza has surpassed 30,000, with 70% of the victims women and children.
The Hamas terrorist attacks on October 7, 2023 killed nearly 1,200 people, and over 100 hostages remain in Hamas captivity. 4, des millions d'habitants de Gaza.
4, millions of residents of Gaza are displaced and at risk of starvation, death, and disease, and Gaza is currently the most dangerous place in the world to be a child.
The United Nations reports over 70% of civilian infrastructure in Gaza, including homes, hospitals, schools, water, and sanitation facilities, have been destroyed or severely damaged by Israeli military attacks. 6, le 26 janvier 2020.
6, on January 26, 2024, the International Court of Justice ordered 6 provisional measures, including for Israel to refrain from acts under the Genocide Convention, prevent and punish the direct and public incitement to genocide, and take immediate and effective measures to ensure the provision of humanitarian assistance to civilians in Gaza.
Israelis are still at risk of attacks by Iran-backed terrorist groups, including Hamas and Hezbollah. 8, les transferts forcés et les
8. The forcible transfer and violent attacks on Palestinians in the West Bank have significantly increased in recent months.
9. The casualties from the war on Gaza and the Hamas terrorist attack include Canadian citizens.
10. Canadian citizens remain trapped in Gaza, blocked from leaving.
11. Jewish, Muslim, Arab, and Palestinian Canadians have reported an increase in hate-motivated attacks and racism since October.
12. Palestinians and Israelis both deserve to live in peace with full enjoyment of their human rights and democratic freedoms. The House call on the government to A. Demand an immediate ceasefire and the release of all hostages.
B. Suspend all trade in military goods and technology with Israel and increase efforts to stop the illegal trade of arms, including to Hamas. C. Immediately reinstate funding and ensure long-term continued funding for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, UNRWA, and support the independent investigation. D.
Support the prosecution of all crimes and violations of international law committed in the region, and support the work of the International Court of Justice and the International Criminal Court.
E. Demand unimpeded humanitarian access to Gaza. F. Ensure Canadians trapped in Gaza can reach safety in Canada and lift the arbitrary cap of 1,000 temporary resident visa applications. G. D'interdire.
G. Ban extremist settlers from Canada, impose sanctions on Israeli officials who incite genocide, and maintain sanctions on Hamas leaders.
H. De plaid.
H. Advocate for an end to the decades-long occupation of Palestinian territories and work toward a two-state solution.
I. Officially recognize the State of Palestine and maintain Canada's recognition of Israel's right to exist and to live in peace with its neighbours. The Honourable Member from Edmonton Strathcona.
If I must die, you must live to tell my story. Mr. Speaker, those are the words from Rifat al-Rir, who was killed in an Israeli airstrike in Gaza on December 6th. I rise today in sorrow and in hope. For 5 months, we've watched in horror as horror after horror unfold in Gaza and in Israel. The stories and the images are shocking and heartbreaking. We've seen 2 people utterly traumatized by violence, by death, and by terror. We've seen the complete failure of the international community to stop the unfolding carnage in Gaza. And we are dismayed by the failure of Canada's Liberal government to stand up for what is right, for the rule of international law, for humanity, for peace. Canadians are horrified by a brutal assault on Gaza where over 30,000 civilians have been killed. They were horrified on October 7th by the vile terrorist attack on innocent civilians in Israel by Hamas terrorists, and they are horrified now by the way Netanyahu's extremist government has responded. Canadians believe in peace and justice, not just for Palestinians or for Israelis, but for everyone. Canadians want our government to apply those values universally, regardless of the place, regardless of the situation. And I know this because hundreds of thousands of Canadians have written to me about the war in Gaza. Canadians from every province and territory, of every faith and belief, have asked us to do the right thing and help stop this war. End arms sales to Israel, push for a ceasefire and for the release of all hostages, demand that Israel stop denying humanitarian aid, and seek peace and justice for Palestinians and Israelis. But instead, this government has abdicated its responsibility, ignoring or worse, rejecting international law, tearing apart the global moral fabric that Canada has helped to construct over decades. It doesn't have to be this way. Our NDP motion today sets out specific actions that work towards peace and justice for Palestinians and Israelis. Today, the Liberals and the Conservatives have an opportunity to join the NDP and uphold the values of Canadians, to show that Palestinian lives matter as much as anyone's lives matter, that Palestinian rights are human rights, and that all children deserve justice. We are witnessing the collapse of the rules-based international order in Gaza. Canada has the responsibility and the obligation under international law to prevent genocide where it may occur. Canada has the responsibility to prevent ethnic cleansing, to condemn war crimes, and to uphold international law. But that is not what's happening right now, Mr. Speaker. While Canada rightfully condemns the attacks on Israelis, Liberals are not doing the same thing for Palestinians. In fact, Canada is openly hindering the progress at the International Court of Justice regarding the occupied territories. And Canada's refusal to support the work of the ICJ regarding South Africa's claim and refusal to urge Israel to comply with provisional orders is shocking. I quote Professor Artie Imesis, who's told our Foreign Affairs Committee, quote, Canada's declared commitment to the rules-based international legal order is crucial to maintaining its moral standing in the world. But that commitment must both be and be seen by others as credible, end quote. We are fast losing our credibility. It's very clear to Canadians, to Palestinians, to many Israelis who are fighting for peace, and to the rest of the world, that Canada currently holds a double standard when it comes to the question of Israel and Palestine in international law. This month, the UN warned that all arms exports to Israel must stop immediately. And they specifically called out Canada for its military trade with Israel. The NDP has been calling for this for years, even prior to October 7th. And this latest war on Gaza, because of very serious human rights abuses throughout Israel and the occupied Palestinian territories. The minister has an obligation under the Arms Trade Treaty to not approve export permits for military goods or technologies where there is a substantial risk of human rights abuses. Mr. Speaker, this is Canadian law. Over the past decade, the NDP is the only party that has called to reform Canada's arms export system, and yet the Liberals do nothing. Last week, a 13-year-old boy was shot to death in East Jerusalem after lighting fireworks. In a moment of joy and play, this child was killed. And the Israeli Minister of National Security, Ben-Gvir, the same minister who was arming extremist settlers with assault rifles, saluted the officer who killed this child.
Wow.
Hundreds of thousands of Canadians have demanded the government of Canada impose an arms embargo on Israel. How can Canada continue to engage in the kind of trade while children continue to be killed and extremist ministers of Netanyahu's government encourage this violence? And of course, Canada must do more to end the illegal arms smuggling to Hamas and other groups that threaten peace and security. We've called out Canada to do this, to stop this. No, not just for Hamas, not just for Haiti, but for the Sahel, for other regions in the world where arms are ending up in the hands of people who are terrorizing civilians. Mr. Speaker, more than 30,000 innocent civilians have been killed in Gaza, including more than 13,000 children. More children have been killed in Gaza in 4 months than in 4 years of conflict worldwide. More than the rest of all wars combined over 4 years. Thousands more are suffering devastating injuries and loss. In Gaza, medical teams have added a new acronym to their vocabulary, WCNSF. Wounded child, no surviving family. 10-year-old Yusuf Aldawi dreams of resting his head in his mother's hands, of going swimming with his brother, of going on walks with his father. But the bomb that fell on his family's home killed them all. This child is not Hamas. The trauma felt by this generation of children will last a lifetime. Save the Children says that the severe mental harm on Palestinian children in Gaza has increased exponentially over the past months. And now 1.1 million children in Gaza are starving to death. Families are foraging for food left by rats. Children scrape flour off the dirt on the street. How can we let this happen? How can we abandon the very principles of law and justice? This is the mass starvation of an entire people. And instead of pushing Israel to let the humanitarian trucks in, trucks blocked at the border by Israel and the extremist settlers, we are participating in aid drops. Aid drops, the most ineffective, inefficient way to deliver aid. Drops that have already killed people on the ground. That can't possibly alleviate the level of starvation that we're seeing in Gaza. These children that are starving are not Hamas. The choice to refuse aid to these children is political. The forced starvation of children is political. And it is against international law. Médecins Sans Frontières told the UN Security Council in February that Israeli forces have attacked our convoys, detained our staff, bulldozed our vehicles, and hospitals have been bombed and raided. At least 165 UNRWA staff have been killed in Gaza since October. That is the largest number of UN staff in history. These are aid workers that have been killed. Allegations that Israeli soldiers tortured Palestinian medical staff from Nasser Hospital. You know, the United Kingdom has asked for an investigation, but where is Canada? As we speak, 1.5 million people are trapped in Rafah, and Israel's defense minister has said that a ground invasion could happen any day. A ground invasion against the most vulnerable people in the world. People starving to death. People with nowhere else to go. Last week I met with two Canadian heroes, Dr. Alvi and Dr. G. These two physicians went to Gaza last month to offer primary care. And what they bore witness to is absolutely horrifying. Patients living in appalling conditions, a lack of medicine and anesthesia, pregnant women who have no prenatal or postnatal care, mothers so malnourished they can't produce breast milk, mothers hemorrhaging because of treatable iron deficiency, children with gunshot wounds to the head and neck, children so severely malnourished that they are skin and bones, babies unable to survive, dying before they even have a chance of life, and thousands of bodies under the rubble that haven't even been counted yet. Gaza is facing an overwhelming crisis of malnutrition, lack of water and shelter, all while the bombs continue to fall. I need to take a moment to address some of the concerns that I've heard over the part of the NDP motion that calls on Canada to recognize a Palestinian state. In 2006, Rashid Khalidi wrote, and this is 18 years ago, the aspirations of Palestinians to live as a sovereign people in their own land are likely to be further denied, for a time at least and perhaps lastingly. It will certainly not improve if there is a continued refusal to look honestly at what has happened in this small land, and especially at how repeatedly forcing the Palestinians into an impossible corner, into an iron cage, has brought and ultimately can bring no lasting good for anyone. He wrote that 18 years ago, and today we are further away from a two-state solution, and we are in the most dangerous and difficult moment for Palestine and Israel. Netanyahu said he will not allow the recognition of a Palestinian state, and his government continues to support the construction of illegal settlements, eating away at Palestinian land. In January, I traveled to the West Bank, to East Jerusalem, to Jordan, to meet with Palestinian families, to meet with progressive Israeli groups and humanitarians, to understand what they were feeling during this terrible crisis. And I have worked in many difficult contexts in my career. This was the most devastating I have ever seen. Now is the time to recognize Palestine. The United States, the United Kingdom have both signaled that they are looking at ways to formally recognize the state of Palestine. Last week, the Prime Minister of Spain said he would ask the Spanish Parliament to recognize a Palestinian state. And already, 139 United Nations member states recognize Palestine. It's beyond time for Canada to join with like-minded states and to move this forward. This month, the Canadian Jewish organization JSpace released an important policy brief by Mital Kalowski and former ambassador to Israel, John Allen. And I want to quote this here. We call on the Canadian government to unilaterally recognize the state of Palestine, despite no such recognition from Israel. By doing so, and in lockstep with our allies, we believe that such a move can help accelerate a much-needed diplomatic process to revive two-state negotiations. Our NDP motion does not mean Canada would be recognizing Hamas. Hamas is a terrorist organization, and it is not the government of Gaza. In fact, far from it. We are simply asking Canadians to do what other states have done. Recognize that a two-state solution requires the recognition of two states, and accelerate the diplomatic process, and stop using the denial of Palestinian statehood as an excuse to not support proceeding at the International Criminal Court. Mr. Speaker, over 100 hostages remain in Hamas captivity. This is devastating for their families, whose profound grief I cannot possibly understand. Since October 7th, we have been united in our demand for the return of the hostages. And Hamas must be prosecuted for attacks, crimes, and kidnappings. That's why the NDP supports bringing the perpetrators to justice at the International Criminal Court, as called for by the Raoul Wallenberg Centre for Human Rights. But to do that, Canada needs to support and recognize the court's jurisdiction. Every day, the family of the hostages protest in Tel Aviv, calling for a ceasefire and for prisoner exchange. Every day, the families of the hostages call on the Netanyahu government to stop abandoning their loved ones. And they are met by extremists like Minister Sommerich, who tells them that their loved ones being held by Hamas are not a priority. Not a priority. They are hit with water cannons while protesting in the streets. Can you imagine the pain and the grief that they feel as they are abandoned by their own government? Instead, witnessing this horrific war against people who are not responsible for what Hamas has done. And I know that these past months have been incredibly painful for Canadians, for Jewish Canadians, and for Jews around the world. The pain and the trauma felt by many in the Jewish community is very real. Canadians fear and decry rising incidents of hate in our communities. We need the federal government to do more to fight anti-Semitism and to fight anti-Palestinian racism and Islamophobia. Mr. Speaker, how do we find hope against despair? How do we build security while acknowledging the trauma of so many people? We must look to the helpers. The many doctors of Gaza who continue to go to work despite their families killed and their homes destroyed. The journalists risking their lives to report the horror of this war. The peace builders like Standing Together, a grassroots movement mobilizing Jewish and Palestinian citizens of Israel in pursuit of peace, equality, and social justice. They have a simple message. There is another way. The occupation of the West Bank and the blockade on Gaza must end, not only because it is brutal and oppressive for Palestinians, but also because it does not guarantee any long-term safety for Israelis. Yotam Kignis, whose parents were murdered by Hamas on October 7th, spends his days trying to get aid into Gaza to alleviate the suffering. Wheels of Hope facilitated getting patients from Gaza to Israel hospitals, a program that Canadian-Israeli Vivian Silver participated in before she was murdered by Hamas. Vivian Silver's son says that, quote, the issues may be huge and complex, but the solution for peace is very simple. It is through the work of peace-building organizations, human rights advocates, humanitarian workers, and grassroots collectives that embrace compassion and empathy for one another that we will find that hope. It is through the work of hundreds of thousands of Canadians who are calling for a ceasefire, the release of the hostages, an arms embargo, and humanitarian assistance. This is where we find hope. We must rise in this moment to strive for humanity, to hold space for each other's pain and trauma. We must understand that we are not separate, that we are all part of one another. Jewish Canadian organization JSpace has said that our NDP motion is a, quote, strong first step for Canada to take in leading towards an end to the war and negotiated two-state solution. It is easy to talk about what can't be done. Yasher Koach to those who propose what can be done, and that is what we are doing today. We are proposing that which can be done to build a real future for Palestinians and Israelis so that they can live freely in peace with the full recognition of their dignity and their human rights. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to tell a story now. It's It's very difficult, but I think it's important that we tell it. 6-year-old Hind Rajab was with family members as they attempted to flee Israeli forces, and their car came under attack in Gaza City. Her family members were killed, and Hind was trapped in the vehicle surrounded by her dead relatives. She managed to reach the emergency hotline of the Palestinian Red Crescent. "I'm so scared. Please come," were some of the last words she said in a call to rescuers. For 3 hours, she pleaded with the Red Crescent for help as the aid workers waited to be given permission by Israel to access Hind's location. Hind was afraid of the dark. The ambulance was finally granted permission from Israel, but once the ambulance got close to her location, they came under fire. The ambulance was found days later, only meters away from Hind's family's car. The ambulance crew dead. 6-year-old Hind died alone in that car, afraid, surrounded by the bodies of her dead relatives. "I'm so scared. Please come," she said. "Please come." I'm telling you this story today because none of us can say that we didn't know. We do know. Canadians' failure to face this horror is shameful, and it's not political inaction, it's complicity, and it doesn't have to continue. The NDP motion today asks this House to recommend 9 steps that Canada could take today, Mr. Speaker, to help end this war and save the lives of children. This is not complicated. Over and over again, we have risen in this House demanding an end to Canada's arms sales to Israel and support for humanitarian efforts. Day after day, week after week, New Democrats demand that this government pursue peace and justice. Well, in Gaza, the bombs continue to fall. How many more bombs must fall? How many more children must die before this government finally does what is right?
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to the member for that impassioned speech. And of course, we agree. I want to talk about one thing you said, which is, you know, we are not separate. We are all part of one another. And I agree 100%. And the story, the anecdote you gave, the story you gave about him dying in the car, we all recognize that that is absolutely horrendous. But my question really regarding this motion is, I'd like to hear from you how you feel this motion will actually make a difference in alleviating the suffering of these people right now, a non-binding motion in the House of Commons in Canada. And whether you feel that you said we're not separate, whether you feel that this motion and having members vote on this will cause, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, will cause greater division, not only in the House, but more importantly, among Canadians at a time where Islamophobia, anti-Semitism on the rise, and we're all very concerned about the unity. I think everyone.
All right. I know there's a number of things, and I know the honourable member realised her mistake as not coming through the chair when she was asking her question. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians, you know, we must stand for peace. We must stand for justice. We must uphold international law. What the member is suggesting is that children around the world should die, should be killed, should starve to death, and that the Canadian Parliament shouldn't act, shouldn't take steps to put things into place that would help. So it is vitally important that this Parliament sends a message that we are clear that as Canadians, we believe in the rights of all people. We believe in Palestinian human rights. We believe in Israeli human rights. We believe that the international rule of law needs to be adhered to. And we need to have the bravery and the courage to say that in this place.
Hear, 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 hear. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, on October 7th, Hamas murdered, raped, and tortured thousands. They murdered thousands of people in Israel. This motion holds does not hold Hamas accountable in any way, does not call for the surrender of Hamas or for the putting down of its arms or even for the return of those hostages in any meaningful way. Why is the member rewarding Hamas terrorists for their October 7th massacre in this House of Commons? She should be ashamed of herself.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Of order, the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Yes, the statement that the member made in response to my question, firstly, didn't answer my question, but secondly, she accused me.
That's. Hold on. Just a second. Let's. Just hold on a second. When I have order, I will allow the honourable member. As long as that debate's going on, I'm going to hold on here. I ask all members to be judicious in the discussion today. I know the honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill. It's not necessarily a point of order. It is a part of debate, but I will allow the honourable member to, if it is a point of order, to represent that point of order. The honourable member for Aurora Oak Ridges Richmond Hill.
Yeah, I mean, the member opposite made statements regarding me that I had not said, that had not been referenced in anything I said, and she was impugning my motive, which is completely unacceptable in the House. No. That
is descending into debate, but again, I will. Okay. Again, it is not a point of order. If the honourable member would want to maybe discuss with the House Leader maybe a point of privilege or whatever, there are a number of processes for it, but it's not a point of order. So, a point of order from the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I think it is important throughout this debate, because it's going to be a very emotional debate, no doubt, that it is inappropriate for any member on any side to impute the motives of another member. Making a statement that one member is in favor or is suggesting in any fashion that they're in favor of children being killed is inappropriate and unparliamentary, I would suggest, and does nothing to maintain decorum. I say that for what it's worth, Mr. Speaker. It's something that needs to be taken into consideration throughout the day.
Well, I thank the honourable member for the statement. The honourable member for Victoria, I believe, on that same point.
Point of order. Mr. Speaker, the member across the way said impute the motives. The word that you keep using, I don't think that word means what you think it means. Thank you, sir.
Impugn, I think, is what we're looking for. So I appreciate the discussion. I will proceed, and the honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona had the floor.
Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question, though clearly she has not read the motion and did not listen to my speech. Yeah. I was very clear that what Hamas did on October 7th is appalling. It is written into our motion that what we are calling for actions with regards to Hamas. I spoke very clearly about that. So if she'd like me to explain the motion to her again, perhaps you could read it for her again, Mr. Speaker. But because she did ask me that, I just want to finish off with a poem from Palestinian poet Mahmoud Darwish, who wrote, "The war will end. The war will end, the leaders will shake hands, the old woman will keep waiting for her martyred son, the girl will wait for her beloved husband, and those children will wait for their heroic father. I don't know who sold our homeland, but I saw who paid the price.
Well,
the war will end."
Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions, commentaires?
The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Québécois will support the motion, and I would like to ask the member to give us more information on the last part of the motion, which would recognize Palestine as a state, and as many countries have already done, we've already seen some motions in that area in the past. So I would like to ask the member to speak about her proposal to end the occupations in Palestine, the occupied territory. So how would recognizing the state of Palestine in a two-state solution could help find a solution for this conflict? The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona. Thank you very much.
That the Bloc will be supporting this motion. I think it's very important. I certainly hope many members across the House choose to support this motion that does align with international law, does align with Canadian policy and human rights. In terms of the piece of this legislation that calls for a recognition of the state of Palestine, I will say once again, 139 United Nations member states have already taken this step. This is something that Canada should have done some time ago. I'll also say that the U.S. has signaled that they are ready for this conversation. The United Kingdom has signaled that they are ready for this conversation. And as I mentioned in my speech, Spain has already, the Spanish Prime Minister has already asked Parliament to recognize the state of Palestine. So this is something that is already happening around the world. And it's always been, for me, a very difficult thing that we talk about a two-state solution, that we talk about the need for a two-state solution, and that is the path by which we find peace for Israelis and Palestinians, and yet we don't recognize the existence of two states. It doesn't make sense. We need to have that recognition so the conversations that lead to a more peaceful future in the Middle East can happen.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The Honourable Member report Moody Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member from Edmonton Strathcona for the speech today and highlighting that 139 states already recognize Palestine, and also that she shared that J-Space states that this move can help accelerate a diplomatic process. I wanted to know, through you, Mr. Chair, why does the acceleration matter so much?
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleague for her important work in this House, but also for that important question. You know, right now what we are seeing is tens of thousands of innocent civilians losing their lives. Over 13,000 children have lost their lives, and right now, today, at this moment, there is a population facing starvation. Starvation in 2024. And not starvation because there isn't food. The food is on the border, rotting in trucks, instead of getting into the bellies of innocent children. So we need to do everything we can to stop the war, to alleviate the suffering on innocent civilians. This is why this is part of our motion, is to make sure there's a ceasefire, make sure we stop selling arms to Israel. But the piece of that final piece, that recognition of Palestine as a state, is so that we can build towards this, so that the world can work together and we can build towards a more peaceful outcome into the future. This is ultimately what we're all looking for, is a secure and safe future for Palestinians and Israelis.
Hear, hear. Questions and comments? Kitchener commentaire. The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At a time when the number of people facing catastrophic hunger in the Gaza Strip is now 1.1 million people, at a time when the International Court of Justice has already ruled for the State of Israel to take 6 immediate steps to avoid acts of genocide, today's motion from the NDP is a critical one to compel this government to align their actions with their so-called calls for a ceasefire. It's why Greens have long supported the calls in today's motion. I applaud the member for Edmonton Strathcona for her courage in bringing it to the floor of this House. And I wonder if she could further comment on how important it is that we move in this critical moment to have Canada take steps to align its calls with that which the ICJ and others around the world have already called for.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague. I know he has long spoken in this House about the need for peace in the Middle East and for the rights of Israeli and Palestinian people. This moment in time is pivotal. It's vital. It's vital that we take the steps that we can now, that we work with our allies, that we signal to the international community that human rights matter, and it matters wherever those human rights are being attacked. that Palestinian human rights are not less than any other person.
Yeah. Right.
That children, regardless of where those children live, children deserve to grow up. They deserve to have enough food to eat. Think about an acronym: Wounded Child, No Surviving Family. That's why we need to do more. That's why we need to do more right now.
Here, here, here.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Debate during this pivotal moment for the region and the world. I rise having just returned from visiting the Middle East, where I met with my counterparts from Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, the UAE, Israel, and also from the Palestinian Authority. Of course, the ongoing Israel-Hamas war and the path towards peace was on the top of our agenda. These conversations were not always easy. We don't all share the same perspective, but we all share the goal of peace and stability in the region, and so we must be pragmatic and find a way forward together. While in Israel, we visited Yad Vashem, the memorial dedicated to the victims of the Holocaust, one of the world's darkest chapters. Mr. Speaker, it is important to remember that the persecution of the Jewish people did not start or end with the Holocaust. Before the creation of Israel, Jewish communities around the world struggled to find a place to call home, a place where they could feel safe, a place where they could live in security, a place where their human rights would be respected, and a place where they could live with dignity, have a family, and build a better future for their loved ones without fear. For the Jewish people, Israel is that home.
Last October 7th, Israelis saw their feeling of security and trust in their institutions crumble. And for many of them, it's broken. The terrorist attack from Hamas was killed the most since Israel was first created. 1,200 people were killed by Hamas and more than 240 were kidnapped. To date, roughly 134 of them are still in captivity in Gaza. 134 families are waiting desperately for the return of their loved ones so they can hold them in their arms. Mr. Speaker, it's impossible to find one person in Israel who doesn't know someone, either closely or indirectly, who was killed or not killed or kidnapped that day. So you can feel the power of this collective traumatism countrywide. So therefore, it is clearly that we once again condemn Hamas for its terrorist attacks on October 7th.
We also traveled south to kibbutz Kfar Aza, one of the first communities to be attacked by Hamas on October 7th. There, I met Ayelet, the mother of Netta, a Canadian who was killed protecting his fiancé. Ayelet walked us through her neighborhood and recounted the agonizing massacres of October 7. She described the chaos of not understanding what was happening, of friends and family breathlessly running from house to house, passing those that had been set on fire, looking for their loved ones. But in many cases, it was too late. They had already been killed. And while we bore witness to the horrors of October 7, we could hear and feel the shudders of bombs falling onto Gaza nearby, followed by unmistakable peppering of gunfire. That moment, the duality of tragedy befalling the Israeli and Palestinian people was profound. And it was a moment that I will forever remember. Since October 7, more than 31,000 Palestinians have now been killed in Gaza. Over 70% of these people are women and children. 1.7 million Palestinians are displaced, and even more at risk of starvation, disease, and death. I sat down with humanitarian workers who described the crisis in Gaza as the worst they have seen in their careers. They have witnessed mothers undergoing C-section without anesthesia, the desperation of children asking for food as cars are passing by, and the despair of children who are now orphans. Monsieur le Président,
Mr. Speaker, it's now every family tree in Palestine that has been cut by violence that took place since October 7. What clearly comes out of our conversations with Ramallah is this. In the midst of this tragedy, Palestinians on the West Bank are also facing acts of violence that are growingly frequent and intense from extremist settlers. These violent acts alone cost the lives of more than 300 Palestinians and have forced the displacement of over 1,000 others since October 7th. We spoke with a family that was forced to leave their house by Israeli settlers and has been banned access to their family farm, which usually is necessary to their survival. Mr. Speaker, we are clearly opposed to this violence, and we will sanction those who are responsible for it.
Continue to struggle for their self-determination and the creation of a Palestinian state. A state where they could feel safe, a state where they could live in security, a state where their human rights would be respected, a state where they could live with dignity, have a family, and build a better future for their kids. Palestinians struggle for a home of their own. Mr. Speaker, this crisis has exposed cracks and deepened the wounds of society on both sides. It is fueled by dehumanization. And when we don't see the humanity of others, injustice falls onto the shoulders of innocents. This pain has extended throughout the region and here at home. In Canada, we mourn the loss of 8 Canadians killed on October 7th. Countless Canadian families mourn the loss of loved ones in both Israel, Gaza, and the West Bank. In Canada and around the world, we have witnessed a sharp rise of anti-Semitism and also a sharp rise of Islamophobia. Muslim and Jewish communities are targets of physical and verbal attacks. They have been harassed on streets and online, barred from places of worship, and made to feel unsafe in their schools. This is not the promise of our country, Mr. Speaker. Our government will continue to strongly denounce and condemn all forms of discrimination and racism, which have no place in Canada. Beyond the rise of anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, this conflict has polarized our society and is testing the strength of our social cohesion. We're entangled in a web of devastation and face pressure to pick sides, forced to believe that if we speak up for one, of course, surely we're against the other. For us, it is not that simple. Monsieur le Président.
Mr. Speaker, given the state of the situation, and I doubt there will be no winner, there will only be victims and survivals that will forever mourn their losses. With the current levels of destruction that we have witnessed, it will take years to rebuild everything. Rebuilding Gaza will require our assistance, and Canada will be there. We will be there to rebuild healthcare systems in Gaza, particularly hospitals for children. It will take decades and even generations to uncover and deal with the consequences of the trauma lived by Israelis and Palestinians. And this is why, in this tragedy, I will always take the side of human dignity and the protection of civilians, both Israeli and Palestinian, because we owe it to Palestinians and Israelis who have been abandoned for decades because no lasting solution was found to this conflict. And aside from this failure, terrorists and extremist voices are being heard on our platforms, and they are undermining the future of Israelis and Palestinians. And this is not even to mention the greater impact on the Middle East.
Position is rooted in 3 principles. First, the right for Israel to exist, and by extension, to defend itself in accordance with humanitarian law. Second, the protection of civilians. And third, the right to self-determination of the Palestinian people. We fully recognize these principles are in tension with each other right now, but we remain committed to all of them. The violence must end. An immediate humanitarian ceasefire is urgently needed. And this ceasefire cannot be one-sided. Of course, Hamas needs to lay down its weapons, and all hostages must be released. The need for humanitarian assistance in Gaza has never been greater. Rapid, safe, and unimpeded humanitarian relief must be provided to civilians now. And this is why Canada will participate in every single way to help. Because of the urgency of the situation, we have resumed funding to UNRWA while supporting efforts to reform the organization. We will contribute to the humanitarian sea corridor. We will support airdrops. We recognize that this will not replace the urgent need for more access by land, and will continue to press for it. We are gravely concerned by Israel's plan for a ground military offensive into Rafah. About 1.5 million Palestinians are taking refuge in the area, including many of our citizens and their families. Mr. Speaker, they have nowhere else to go. We've made it clear to the Israeli government that we urge them not to go down this path. En ce qui concerne la Cour.
In terms of the International Court of Justice, we fully recognize that the court's provisional measures are binding for both parties. The ICJ was clear. Israel must provide basic services, essential humanitarian assistance, and protect civilians. Mr. Speaker, in terms of export of controlled merchandise to Israel, I'd like to reiterate that Canada already has a very strict export permit system, and every request is examined case by case. Since October 7th, we did not approve any permits for non-lethal merchandise products, and given the rapid change in the system on the ground, we have not approved any permits since January 8th. The only way to reach peace and lasting security for Israeli and Palestinians is a negotiated political solution. In conclusion, we need lasting peace and safety for Israelis and Palestinians, and we need a negotiated solution. And I think that Canada has a role to play. Our diplomatic legacy is one of Lester B. Pearson, Pierre Elliott Trudeau, Jean Chrétien, Brian Mulroney. It's peacekeeping and creating bridges to encourage negotiations. Today, we have the responsibility to build on this tradition.
Canada will remain committed to a two-state solution, including the creation of a Palestinian state where Palestinians and Israelis live side by side in peace, security, and dignity. The long-term security of Israel, the normalization of diplomatic relations in the Arab world, and the creation of a Palestinian state cannot be considered separately or in opposition to one another. They're intertwined, and we must recognize this and act on it. And we're committed to being pragmatic and doing our part. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Merci,
Questions and comments.
The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honourable Minister for her speech today. My question is this: we are in this situation where over 13,000 children have been killed, where over 30,000 civilians have lost their lives. I know that the minister speaks to her colleagues in other countries, allies in the United States and the United Kingdom. So I have two questions for the minister at this pivotal moment in time where all Canadians are very much hoping that her government will have the moral courage to do what Canadians across the country have been asking for. So my two questions are this. Has the minister reached out to leaders within the United States to push them, to urge them to do more to make sure that peace can happen in the Middle East? And will she be supporting our motion today? Thank you.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my honourable colleague for her question and ongoing work. We don't always see eye to eye, but I know we can work together. When it comes to what is happening in the Middle East, of course, we're in close contact with different U.S. officials. I'm in contact with my colleague Tony Blinken, and I've been also in contact with many people within the White House. It is important that we get to a hostage deal. It is fundamental that hostages be released and humanitarian aid get to Gaza. We are extremely frustrated with the fact that Hamas recently decided before Ramadan not to take the deal that was on the table. And we urge all parties to get to a very important negotiation deal. Why? Because at the end of the day, we think that by releasing hostages, by getting humanitarian aid into Gaza, by getting to a humanitarian ceasefire, we will be able to get the temperature down, to stop the violence, and eventually to get back towards a much more sustainable peace for the region, which is fundamental for the region, but I must say, Mr. Speaker, also to bring down tensions here in the country.
Chair Kamal Taher, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs speaks for Canada, and I did not hear the Minister clearly state the Government of Canada's position on this motion. I think the Government of Canada has often, in the last several months, been unclear on its position on the conflict that has emerged between Israel and Hamas. And so I'll give the Minister of Foreign Affairs an opportunity to clearly state whether the government will be supporting or opposing the motion.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as I said to my colleague from the NDP, I also say to my colleague from the Conservatives, of course, I appreciate working with him, although we don't always see eye to eye. I respect very much his input. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to our position has been clear. It is the position that many G7 foreign ministers have been expressing across the world, which is we need a hostage deal. We need to make sure that we get to a humanitarian ceasefire. Humanitarian aid must go into Gaza. Of course, there are issues with the motion that is presenting by the NDP. And we can't change foreign policy based on an opposition motion. Right. That being said, I also would like to know what is the position of the Conservatives. And that being said, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, but my colleagues that are shouting, I would like to know whether they're in favor of a ceasefire or not when it comes to Gaza. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question Kamal Taher, the Honourable Member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate the Minister's comment on what is a very sensitive issue. Mr. Speaker, it is a heart-wrenching issue in which Canadians listen to virtually on a daily basis when they check in with the news in different types of forms. And I think when we reflect on Canadian values, the speech that I heard from the Minister is very much a reflection on what Canadian values are. But Canadians are having a difficult time and we have seen an uptake in issues of racial incidents on all sides. And I'm wondering if the Minister can just provide her thoughts in terms of how it is that we try to move forward and provide that sense of comfort that as a government we're taking a position in which Canadians can have that confidence in the government, in particular in working with our allied countries.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I would just like to note that I didn't get an answer from the Conservatives. Looking forward to having one on the question of whether they're in favor of a humanitarian ceasefire or not. That being said, when it comes, so I'm getting an information that they're not. That being said, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to Islamophobia, when it comes to anti-Semitism, when it comes to dehumanization, we have to do a better job in this country. That's the reality. At this point, a lot of people want us to condemn one side or not the other. We have to condemn both sides, and we have to help both sides to get eventually to an understanding that Israelis and Palestinians will have to live together in peace. And we, as a country, where do we stand? We're there to help. We're an honest broker, Mr. Speaker. That's what Canada does. That's what we've been doing since the Second World War, when Lester B. Pearson was there during the Suez Canal crisis to help with tensions in this very region. And you have my promise, Mr. Speaker, and this House has my promise that I'll make sure, as the Foreign Minister of this country, to keep the space for Canada to be playing a role in what could be consequential times in this region and for the world. Thank you so much.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire, the honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Merci, Monsieur le Président. Merci à mes collègues, tous mes collègues et amis.
I'd like to thank you, Mr. Speaker, and all my colleagues in this House, including the member for Edmonton Strathcona and the Minister, my dear colleague and friend. I am very troubled about the fact that government members will be voting against this motion.
Us, as elected people, reflect the conscience of this country, the heartbreak across this country, and the cries to stand up and not be on the wrong side of history as innocent civilians continue to be slaughtered. I could tweak the words of this motion. We all could. But I don't see how we can fail to be united as Canadians would like to see us be, as Greens will be, in supporting this motion. And I beg the Minister to consider how important a signal it will be to the world that we vote together in support of peace, humanitarian values, release and freedom of the hostages, and all the individual elements of this excellent motion.
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président, et j'ai beaucoup d'affection pour ma collègue.
Thank you. I have a great deal of affection for my colleague. I know that she cares deeply and stands up for peace and solidarity, especially during crises. I'd like to thank her for her work. This government is, of course, very aware of what we have before us here. A motion that is important, although it has its flaws. A motion that seeks to bring about a solution to a devastating war on both the Israeli and Palestinian sides. Of course, Canada is engaging in a constructive dialogue in order to bring people to the table and in order to be able to denounce the humanitarian catastrophe unfolding in Gaza, while at the same time ensuring that innocent Israeli victims, the hostages, be set free. We will continue to work with all parliamentarians in this House, and she can, of course, count on my cooperation in order to reach a solution here in this House. Thank you.
Interaction, the Honourable Member Churchill-Kawatanukaski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, Liberals have the chance to stand up for peace and justice. The minister and her government keeps talking about its commitment to a two-state solution, and yet the Liberals refuse to recognize two states. 139 countries recognize the state of Palestine. Canada does not. As it stands, Canada continues to deny the most fundamental right of self-determination of the Palestinian people. When is Canada going to back up its commitment, its supposed commitment, to a two-state solution by recognizing a state of Palestine? Will the Liberals support this motion and finally recognize the state of Palestine?
L'Honorable Ministre des Affaires étrangères.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to remind my colleague that, of course, we always stand for justice and peace in this world. That is our foreign policy. That's what we do every day. Of course, when it comes to the Israel-Hamas issue, we believe in a two-state solution. We believe that we are, after this war,
closer than ever to a two-state solution. Why? Because coming back from the region, what I heard is that many Arab countries would be interested in normalization of diplomatic relations with Israel. That many Arab countries against Iran want to make sure that Israel and the region is safe. And we believe in that. And it is in the interest of the government of Canada in general to make sure that that's the case. But this normalization, this security architecture for the region must come also with the recognition of the state of Palestine. We must be doing the two together. This is sound foreign policy, and this is also what our closest allies in the world will continue to do, and Canada will be leading that conversation. Thank you.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
I'll be splitting my time with the member for Thornhill. Mr. Speaker, today I speak on behalf of Conservatives. Conservatives, like everyone in this chamber, want to see an end to the conflict between Israel and Hamas. We are concerned about the loss of civilian life in Gaza, the loss of children and women and other civilians. We are equally concerned about the humanitarian crisis, about the humanitarian needs of some 2 million Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip. We are concerned about their access to food, to water, and to the other basic necessities of life. We condemn the atrocities of October 7th, 2023, atrocities committed by Hamas against some 1,200 innocent Israeli civilians. Hamas committed these atrocities against these innocent women, men, children, and babies who were just civilians living their lives in their houses on that dark day of October 7th. Conservatives assess that Hamas committed war crimes that day. We base that assessment on the evidence collected by news organizations, reputable news organizations, and collected by Western governments. Innocent civilians were raped and tortured. Children and babies were slaughtered. Civilians were beheaded and bodies were burned. Hamas deliberately used techniques employed by ISIS. Conservatives also condemn the taking of 253 innocent civilians that day as hostages by Hamas, also a crime under international humanitarian law. Over half of these innocent civilians remain hostage held by Hamas. This too is a war crime, a crime under the law of armed conflict, which is why we as Conservatives support humanitarian aid and humanitarian pauses for the Palestinian people in Gaza, and why we support the State of Israel's right to defend itself in eliminating Hamas as a threat. But we cannot support providing humanitarian aid through an organization whose employees joined Hamas and participated in the October 7th atrocities. Humanitarian aid needs to be delivered through a different mechanism, through a different organization than that of UNRWA. There are those who say that UNRWA is the only organization that can possibly deliver aid on the ground to some 2 million Palestinians in Gaza. What happened, Mr. Speaker, to the creativity and the immense resources of the West? 76 years ago, the West faced another similar humanitarian crisis of similar proportion. Some 2 million West Berliners were trapped in a Soviet-occupied zone in Germany, blocked from receiving aid and the basic needs of life because of a blockade that had been set up by the Soviets. The West responded with creativity and with far fewer resources than we have today to help the people of West Berlin. The Berlin airlift of 1948-1949 lasted for 15 months and provided the basic needs of life for 2.25 million West Berliners. And at the time, Mr. Speaker, there were plenty of people saying that it couldn't be done, plenty of naysayers saying that it was impossible to do. But our forebears in Ottawa, Washington, and London decided otherwise. They came up with a creative way with more limited resources than we have today to help the people of West Berlin. Now, maybe an airlift is not the solution here, Mr. Speaker, but surely the West, with much greater resources today, can use its creativity, the same kind of creativity that we had 76 years ago, to deliver humanitarian aid to the some 2 million Palestinians living in the Gaza Strip without having to use an organization that has been complicit with Hamas. We as Conservatives support providing humanitarian aid to the Palestinian people, but not through UNRWA. We also support the right of the State of Israel to defend itself against Hamas, which committed the most unspeakable atrocities on October 7th. And we should not forget the genesis of this most recent conflict. The genesis is Hamas and its atrocities of October 7th. Hamas is what we should be focused on, not the State of Israel. Hamas is the only party to this conflict that is to blame for this conflict, that started this conflict, and that can end this conflict. Hamas today can unconditionally surrender, release all of the remaining 130 or so hostages, and lay down all its arms. And let us not forget that it was this Parliament and the Government of Canada that have decided that Hamas is a terrorist entity. That decision was made by Parliament to empower the Government of Canada through the Criminal Code, giving it the power to designate entities as terrorist. The Government of Canada has taken that decision to list it as a terrorist entity, and we should not forget that that reflects the will of the Canadian people as expressed through Parliament and through the Government of Canada. Hamas is at fault for October 7th. Hamas is the one who on October 7th broke a ceasefire. Hamas is responsible for the greatest loss of Jewish civilian life since the Shoah, the Holocaust. Hamas is the reason why Israel has executed on its right under international law and its responsibility to protect its people from this horrendous threat. Conservatives support Canada's long-standing position of a two-state solution, a state of Palestine living in peace and security and prosperity next to the state of Israel. But this cannot be achieved through some sort of unilateral declaration in the House of Commons, just like we cannot declare in this House of Commons that an authoritarian state is suddenly a democracy. I would think, Mr. Speaker, that in the aftermath of the Arab Spring, in the aftermath of the Second War in Iraq, in the aftermath of what happened in Afghanistan just several years ago, that simply declaring a democracy does not result in one, and that we would understand that. Democracy is not the result of a declaration. It's the result of a long, arduous process that can take months, if not years, of negotiations for a constitution that results in democratic institutions that have popular support. It is only then that one can have a democracy, that one can have democratic elections that result in the selection of leaders who govern. Similarly, a two-state solution cannot be achieved just by a declaration. It can only be achieved through a long, arduous process that will take months, if not years, of negotiations between the two parties at hand, the State of Israel and representatives of the Palestinian people, representatives who have the popular support of the Palestinian people and who have renounced violence and terrorism and who have accepted the rules-based international order. Mr. Speaker, let me finish by saying this. Conservatives support the aspirations of the Palestinian people to have their own state, a Palestinian state that would join the community of nations around the world, allowing the Palestinian people to fulfill their hopes and dreams, a Palestinian state that would contribute to the region's peace and security, like the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan has done, and like other states have done in the region, a Palestinian state that would give hope and opportunity and ever-increasing prosperity for the millions of Palestinians living in the region. A Palestinian state no longer ruled by Hamas and other terrorist entities that use violence as a means to an end and that have used the Palestinian people for their own enrichment, their own control, and their own ends. Conservatives support the State of Israel. Israel is the homeland of the Jewish people and has the right to defend itself and has the right to use all legal means necessary under the law of armed conflict to ensure its peace and security. Conservatives see Israel as a democratic partner in the Middle East. Israel, like Ukraine, is at the front line of a clash between a rising authoritarianism backed by states like the Islamic Republic of Iran, the Russian Federation, and the People's Republic of China, and democracies like Ukraine and the State of Israel. In this rising clash between two very different models of governance, there is no doubt where Canada's interests and Canada's values lie. We stand with liberal democracies like Ukraine and like the State of Israel. And Mr. Speaker, for all these reasons, Conservatives will not be supporting the motion in front of the House.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his intervention in the House today. You know, he spoke about the recognition and the value of international law, and I guess my question goes to him is, you know, does he believe international law applies in all cases? Does he believe that international law, that the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, that those institutions that Canada has supported and has shown respect for should be respected? Does he believe that those provisional measures that have been put in place against the government of Israel should be adhered to? Does he believe that the Canadian government should urge our friends within Israel to, in fact, stick with those provisional measures, despite the fact that right now they continue to bomb innocent civilians, they continue to kill children, we continue to see the death toll of people who are innocent go up?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. International humanitarian law, in other words, the law of armed conflict, makes it clear that what Hamas did on October 7th were war crimes. The taking of hostages is a war crime. I think we all acknowledge that hostages were taken. The raping and murdering and targeting deliberately of civilians is a war crime. And this has been assessed by reputable organizations. What I am not aware of, Mr. Speaker, is of any reputable organization, including the International Court of Justice, assessing that Israel has committed a war crime. States have the right to defend themselves and to use force to defend themselves, have the right to target military infrastructure, and have the right to eliminate terrorist entities like Hamas that pose a threat to the safety and security of their own citizens. And I'm not aware of any international organization of the UN or of any high court that has assessed that the State of Israel has committed war crimes since October 7th.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, what saddens me is the fact that we have such an important issue that's taking place in the world today. And as a group of parliamentarians, that we're having to debate a motion of this nature, when I would have rather seen that Foreign Affairs tried to build some form of a consensus, and then through that consensus bring it to the floor of the House of Commons. Because I think there's a lot to be said about unity. At a time in which Canadians are looking for leadership on issues such as this that are having such a profound impact, my question to the member opposite, can he give any sort of an indication whether or not there was any dialogue between him and the New Democratic Party with respect to the motion that we have before us today? Can he give any indication on whether or not there was any form of an attempt to do something of this nature in the Standing Committee as opposed to trying to politicize the issue inside the chamber?
The honourable member for Wellington Halton Hills.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what I will say is that Conservatives have supported Canada's long-standing position on the State of Israel. That position calls for a negotiated settlement between the two parties, the State of Israel and the Palestinian people, that would arrive at a two-state solution. Conservatives also support a long-standing position of that was held by the previous Liberal government and the previous Conservative government, a policy that was developed by Irwin Cotler, Pierre Pettigrew, and then Prime Minister Paul Martin, that said that we were not going to vote in favor of resolutions at the United Nations General Assembly that singled out the State of Israel for targeting. And so we support Canada returning to that long-standing position at the UN, where resolutions that single out the State of Israel would be voted against by Canada, in order to indicate that we are not supportive of an anti-Semitic approach that we often see where the Jewish people or the State of Israel is singled out for special condemnation when there are plenty of other cases around the world which there are actual cases of human rights violations and actual cases to be condemned that go ignored.
Reprise du débat, continuing debate. The honourable member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, despite the many positions of the Government of Canada, this motion is not about a ceasefire. This motion is about rewarding Hamas for their massacre. This motion is a vote to reward the murder, the rape, the kidnapping of Israelis, and this motion is deeply irresponsible for this Parliament. And it's hard to explain and express the complex feelings of shock and fear and anger felt by thousands across the country who are being subjected to this motion today. It would have been enough if they were shocked by the public displays of blatant anti-Semitism in our streets, driven entirely by the irresponsible rhetoric in this House. It would have been enough if they were fearful for what lies ahead in Canada. It would have been enough if they were only angry and betrayed by this government's duplicitous attempt to be all things to all people, like we just heard. But today, the blind sellout to the forces of evil at home and abroad is what should be a wake-up call, like no other, to every freedom-loving Canadian who has built any piece of this country and who enjoys everything that those before us had built for us. This would be a ceasefire motion if it called for Hamas to lay down its arms, to surrender, and for immediately to return every single hostage, bring them home. It is not that. In the face of some of the world's most vile anti-Semitism and in the wake of the deadliest day for the Jews since the Holocaust, this government and this Prime Minister, held captive by its NDP overlords, are giving in to terror. And this motion is only the latest example of that. Since October 7th, as Hamas launched an unprovoked and unjustified attack on innocent civilians in Israel, where hundreds of men and women, young and old, were raped, murdered, tortured, and taken hostage, more than 100 of those hostages still being held captive. This motion is not only an abandonment of the ongoing fight to bring those hostages home, it is an abandonment of our ally in Israel, and more than that, it is a blind giveaway to Hamas terrorists and those who seek to undermine democracy, freedom, the rule of law in the Middle East and in the Western world. It is an insult to everyone who lost a family member in the attack, to anyone who witnesses a nation, an ally, paralyzed by the forces so barbaric, so evil, that discussing this motion today flies in the face of civilization and the future of a Palestinian people free of Hamas. There is a reason, Mr. Speaker, that Canada has a long-standing policy of not negotiating with terrorists. It's because it rewards barbarism, and worse, it provides an incentive for that barbarism to continue and even escalate. I want members of this chamber to think long and hard about what many concessions in this motion mean for peace. In the short term, they mean that Hamas will remain intact. They mean that no more members of Hamas will be brought to justice. They mean that no more hostages will likely be brought home. In the long run, they mean that Hamas will be rewarded for their decision to attack a democratic nation. It means that our lost decade of foreign policy in this country will be culminated by a recognition of a state ruled by terror, instead of what was a long-established consensus of Canadian foreign policy by Liberal governments before this one, that states that it should be a negotiated solution among parties. And the Government of Canada supports parties who want to see a future of two states living side by side in peace and security in a negotiated settlement. It is shocking and it is shameful that elected representatives here in this place would support such a dead giveaway to a group literally defined as terrorists by Canadian law. Imagine a future for the Palestinian people free of Hamas. We don't have to imagine it. We see it in the success of peaceful Gulf states whose raison d'etre is not the annihilation of the other or a perverse nihilism of their own people, But we shouldn't be surprised, however, after 8 years of this Prime Minister and his Liberal government, our nation has abandoned almost every principle that we used to be known for on the world stage. It is this government that called the Taliban our brothers and sisters, that frolicked with African dictators to try and buy a seat on the UN Security Council, that fails the basic task of listing the IRGC as the terrorists and banning them from this country, who are known backers of these atrocities and who intimidate our own citizens as sport, and now taking the side of a literal terrorist organization, best known for killing babies in ovens and starving their own citizens in Gaza for more than a generation. Yes, peace is needed in the Middle East. And yes, we all want to see an end to violence, and we all want to see aid reach those who are absolutely in need of it. And yes, we want to find a long-term solution that helps both innocent Israelis and innocent Palestinians live in peace and security. And yes, Hamas is responsible for all of the carnage that sets these goals back. But there is a way to do it without sacrificing our principles, I should say, and there's a way to do it that is not a dead giveaway to a murderous, barbaric, inhumane terrorist group. This motion is not that way. It advances the same kind of foreign policy that sees our foreign minister and the member of parliament from York Centre caressing the hand of a dictator in the 19th year of his 4-year term, a terrorist who denies the Holocaust, who denies October 7th, and who set up the Martyrs Fund that rewards families of terrorists who killed Jews, including, in some cases, family members in that member's riding. There is no other words than shameful for that, and today she will have a free vote on this motion, and we will all be watching. And if she puts her community first, we'll see if she puts her community first or if she's just a sellout to the Prime Minister and the radical mob once again. As this is not about foreign policy, but the heartless ploy to placate the domestic audience by a government that has lost its way. I'm not afraid for my community to see the tragic support of a deeply illiberal government stand against them, but I am afraid for our country and for our reputation abroad, and most of all for the values that this country is formed upon, the values of order, of democracy, of justice, of freedom, and the precedent that is being set here today with this motion. The casual and gradual erosion and disregard of the very beliefs that make this country special, sending a signal that we support a noisy few over a silent many, lawlessness over principle, what's convenient instead of what's right. They're playing a dangerous game of moral equivalency, pitting one group against another. They misrepresent the truth about support for funding for organizations like UNRWA, in fact, for the organization UNRWA. They promised a month ago, this government promised a month ago that they would cut off the flow of taxpayer dollars to an agency whose members actively participated in October 7th. Rewarding rapists is what they are doing. It's yet another empty and broken pledge made in a blatantly transactional manner for domestic politics, one that never saw the funding stop. They advanced payments instead, and they upped the amount. These payments are not going to bankrupt our country, not in a fiscal sense, but in a moral sense. The price of abandoning our values, our allies, and reason. That is the true cost of these payments. That is the true cost of this Prime Minister's moral indifference. And that is the true cost of this motion. It is not too late, Mr. Speaker. We can begin by voting this down. We can begin by voting down this Hamas giveaway. We can continue by voting out this immoral, immature, liberal government. And we can finish by instilling in place a principled, common-sense, conservative government that will never support this motion. Not now and not ever. Hamas is watching this House. Our allies are watching this House. Canadians are watching this House. And to our allies and to all Canadians, you will see that there are members on this side that stand in your fight for democracy, that stand in your fight for the West, and that stand in your fight for justice. I will leave you with these words. There are going to be many politicians that make a choice today. Ours will be the right one, and I can only hope that all members on the other side, make the right one too. And when they don't, those who sit with them will have to account for their own choices, Mr. Speaker.
Here, here.
Question et commentaire, questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, Government House Leader.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think it's important. Well, I was here listening to the Minister of Foreign Affairs deliver what I thought was a very thoughtful articulation as to what is actually taking place. And through that articulation, what we found, I believe, is a reflection of what true Canadian values are. And this is not an easy topic. This is very much a heart-wrenching discussion, Mr. Speaker, amongst families throughout Canada. And when the member across the way does the disservice by trying to imply that the government of Canada is off track, I would suggest whether it's Ukraine and the war in Ukraine or what's happening today in Israel, that this is a government that is reflecting very much the values of Canadians. And I'm wondering if the member could give her indication as to, does she really believe that everything that she says is a true reflection of what Canadians as a whole and our values are?
Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, my implication that the government is off track is not an implication, it's just the truth. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs stood here, gave Canadians every position, no matter what that position is. She tried to placate every single group with what they wanted to hear. That's exactly what this government is doing on this issue and so many more. They send one group of MPs into one community to say one thing and another group of MPs into another community to say another thing. They have no position on this. They have no moral clarity on this. And now everybody at home gets to see it.
In comments, question commentaire, l'honorable député de Montarville.
The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I listened with close attention to my colleague's speech, and I was surprised, I have to say, by the incendiary tone of her intervention. I was surprised to see that she only seems to see one side of the story, and I was also surprised by her incendiary tone regarding our colleague from Edmonton Strathcona, because she refuses to see the extent to which our colleague from the NDP and her colleagues have tried to find a balanced approach in their motion which takes into account the overall situation we're facing right now. The colleague says that we need to come to a negotiated solution. Yes, but with who are we negotiating? Because on the one hand, they say they don't want to negotiate and that the two-state solution is not a solution. The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives support the long-standing Canadian foreign policy position of a negotiated solution. This motion doesn't do this. This motion puts forward a moral equivalency by terrorists and innocent civilians, and that is exactly what we have called out. We will call it out at every single opportunity, and I will not be shamed by any member of this House who is going to vote in favor of this motion for that.
Question commentaire, the Honourable Member for Churchill-Kiwatanuk-Aski.
Mr. Speaker, history is clear. There's no such thing as military solutions. There are only political solutions. And nowhere is that clearer than what we are seeing right now in Israel and Palestine. But I want to understand that Conservatives today are going to vote against a motion that states that this House recognize a Palestinian state, like 139 countries have already done. So let's be clear. Are the Conservatives saying that they no longer support a two-state solution? Are the Conservatives today saying that they do not support statehood for the Palestinian people? Because that is what they are saying by voting against this motion.
The Honourable Member for Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, it's unfortunate that that member hears that. Here's what Conservatives do support: a two-state solution negotiated by both parties in a negotiated settlement. What we don't support is this House calling on a recognition of a state whereby which is governed today by Hamas terrorists, an organization that we have called in law terrorists. We have banned them from this country. This motion rewards terrorism. This motion would never be on the table if October 7th didn't happen. And to that member, I want her to tell that to the families of the hostages, the families of the victims that are still being held hostage in Gaza today. I want her to say that to them if she'd even bother meeting them, if any of them would even bother meeting with those families.
Exactly.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Montarville. Mr. Speaker, I can't tell you how much this is a sad occasion. Never I would have believed that I would have to rise in this House to denounce a savage, murderous attack as was committed by Hamas on October 7th against innocent civilians in Israel. I never would have believed that I would have to rise in this House to denounce inhuman bombing of civilian populations who are unable to defend themselves. And yet, that's what we're doing today. That's what we have to do today, Mr. Speaker. I will say from the beginning that the Bloc Québécois will vote in favor of this motion. For a very simple reason, Mr. Speaker. It's because most of the elements found in this motion, moved by the NDP, have already are positions that have already been taken by the Bloc Québécois in the past. And so we will vote in favor of the motion. I would like to go back to the beginning of this whole issue, which is the savage, barbarous attack committed by Hamas against innocent Israeli civilians on October 7th. The leader of the Bloc Québécois declared, following the attack, that we must denounce firmly this attack by Hamas, which exposes Palestinian civilians across the region to terrible reprisals. And that prediction from the leader of the Bloc Québécois tragically has come to pass. To date, there have been over 30,000 victims in the Gaza Strip, Mr. Speaker, and over 50% of those are women and children. Over 70,000 injured, with hospital, health, and sanitary services completely disorganized or destroyed. There's been a major displacement of people. 1.5 out of 2.2 million residents of the Gaza Strip have been displaced, Mr. Speaker. These people are living in incredibly cramped conditions right now. Already, population density in Gaza was some of the highest in the world. But people are literally piled one on top of each other in the Rafah region right now, Mr. Speaker, where Israel is now threatening to intervene on the ground. An action that would be a true massacre if it were to come to pass. There's no other word for it. Now, obviously, some will say, Mr. Speaker, that the numbers come from Hamas's health ministry, and so they should be taken with a grain of salt. But we're seeing increased corroboration from the UN in terms of the numbers of deaths and victims, and in terms of the level of destruction that we're seeing in Gaza. And now, famine is threatening the people of Gaza. The humanitarian situation is terrible, and now there's a very real risk of an outbreak of diseases. There's a risk of an epidemic in Gaza. The World Health Organization feels that the situation is inhumane in Gaza, with only 7 out of 23 health centers currently partially operational in the territory, which is completely unacceptable. And we saw, Mr. Speaker, today that bombing, that Israel has bombed, again, the biggest hospital in Gaza.
The extreme right government of Benjamin Netanyahu is multiplying its attacks, and we need to seize the ICJ to look at the situation, because a genocide may be taking place in Gaza, and we need to take measures to avoid a genocide. And take measures to avoid this, but Israel has denounced what the ICJ has suggested. The Israeli government is also trying to hinder humanitarian aid, and the UN agency responsible for aid on the Gaza Strip has also been undermined. Locally hired employees, well, some of them may be somewhat sympathetic towards Hamas, and it is also highly likely that is the case. But does this justify, like the leader of the opposition has said, to qualify this as a terrorist organization? If this was the case, we'd have to ask questions about Proud Boys implication, which may have infiltrated the Canadian Armed Forces. Should the CAF be considered a terrorist organization? Such statements would be absolutely ridiculous, and I think that we should say that the leader of the official opposition statement saying that UNRWA would be a terrorist organization is absolutely ridiculous. I was saying a few moments ago, in reaction to my conservative colleague's speech, Israel refused any actions leading to the creation of a Palestinian state, and that the Israeli army would occupy the Gaza Strip, and that Israel would select the public servants to manage the Gaza Strip. And at the same time, Mr. Speaker, there is an acceleration of colonization on the West Bank, also with the authorization of 3,500 additional housing units supported by the Israeli government, and more attacks against Palestinians there. Right now, there are talks to free the remaining hostages, but Israel categorically refuses a long-term ceasefire, and the Hamas is refusing to free hostages while there are still Israeli troops in Gaza. Therefore, we're facing an impasse. And obviously, since parties on the ground cannot agree, we need the international community to intervene. And this is what this motion presented today is asking for. And let's go over some of the components of this motion. First, an immediate ceasefire and freeing of all hostages. Radio Canada said that the Israel government is leading an offensive in Rafah, which would lead to an even greater humanitarian crisis. And this is already underway. And Israel is aware of this. The Israeli minister even said that to those who say the price is too high, they have a choice. They can give themselves up and free civilians, and even this way celebrate Ramadan. In other terms, give yourselves up or you'll be massacred. In other words, Israel categorically rejects any ceasefire before having destroyed Hamas and having taken full control of the Gaza Strip. Even exchanging hostages has been refused by Israel, and they've also refused Hamas has refused an exchange of hostages, while there are still Israeli troops in Gaza. On October 6, 2024, a ceasefire was requested with international force in place so we can move this conflict forward. In terms of freeing hostages, there is a consensus at the House of Commons. We are all in agreement that hostages must be freed. However, we have to be realistic. A ceasefire is probably very improbable right now. Therefore, the international community has to intervene. suspend all trade with military equipment with Israel, particularly in terms of stopping arms to Hamas. And there was a disproportionate attack there, and the federal government has confirmed that it has stopped exports. So, according to Global Affairs Canada, there has been no exports for the past 2 months. Military exports are very limited, and they limit the impact of such a measure. An increase in terms of military exports that are technological, there has been an increase since October. Since October 7th, for the first 2 months of the conflict, Mr. Speaker, Canada exported $28.7 million in arms to Israel. And this is more than the record year of military sales to Israel in 2021, where we sold $26 million in military equipment to Israel. $26 million. While in the space of 2 months, we sold $28.5 million of military equipment to Israel. It has been confirmed that for the time being, we're only selling non-lethal weapons to Israel, perhaps civil drones. But if these tools allow Israel to identify targets, how are these weapons non-lethal? In terms of export licenses, Canada cannot give a license if there's a serious risk that these weapons will be used to commit a serious violation of international law. The Bloc has been asking for years for a free trade agreement with Israel to not apply to illegal Jewish products from the Gaza Strip if there is an annexation or a colonization of this area. Other countries might also like to imitate Canada with trade agreements of the sort. Also, other elements of the motion: reinstate funding to UNRWA and support an independent investigation. And Israel never provided any proof or evidence showing that members of UNRWA contributed to the October 7th massacre. Canada and several other countries, including the U.S., suspended funding to UNRWA, but Canada and Sweden did re-establish funding on March 8th. Australia did the same on March 15th. Canada has already paid for the first quarter of 2024. In other words, Canada never really stopped funding UNRWA. And the only effect of Canada's announcement would have not been to meet the demands for urgent funding from UNRWA. But another thing in this motion is to support the prosecution of all crimes and violations of international law committed in the region, and to support the work of the ICJ and the ICC. The International Court of Justice is currently investigating whether there's a genocide taking place in Gaza, and many members of the Netanyahu government have been said to be implementing a plan for genocide, and the Convention for the Prevention of Genocide says that there are components that may constitute a genocide, and we're talking about physical destruction of a given territory, and this is currently what we're seeing right now. Israel's finance minister has talked about voluntarily expulsing almost all the population of Gaza. If there are 1,000 or 200,000 Arabs in Gaza, if this were the case, there'd be other discussions, but they would like to reduce the Gaza Gaza's population so they could better control the situation. They think 2 million residents in Gaza is too many. So we shouldn't be surprised that surrounding countries would be very reticent to welcome people from Gaza because they want to, first of all, avoid having terrorists in their countries, but also what we've seen since 1949 is that 48 rather, is that they know very well that when Palestinians are forced to leave their homes, they're never allowed to return. So surrounding countries are very aware of this as well. 12 Netanyahu ministers of his government, also participated in a gathering in favor of colonization of the Gaza Strip. Voluntary expulsions do take place and have made living in Gaza very miserable and impossible. They've also hindered humanitarian aid, and based on the Convention for Genocide, there are criteria that have been met because it has led to partial or physical destruction of life, and blindly shooting in the Gaza Strip could be a war crime, and it's too early to confirm whether the Israeli government has committed a genocide, but many ministers have said that this was their intention. We need to seize the ICJ and the ICC to try to shed light on this issue. Today, the NDP has suggested that Hamas, who did commit the October 7 massacre and taken hostages, has to be judged for its crimes. And we have to remember that there were atrocities committed by Hamas. The Bloc fully supports the idea that we need to hold all Hamas leaders responsible, and we need unfettered access to humanitarian aid in Gaza. Humanitarian assistance in Gaza is only coming in dribs and drabs, and borders are blocked, and we need a ceasefire to facilitate the distribution of humanitarian aid. And on Tuesday, there was a suspension to aid to northern Gaza, and they have to cross all of Gaza, which is parts that are destroyed, where combat is underway, to send humanitarian aid. And it is preventing humanitarian assistance from arriving to the north of the country. And many residents many residential areas were bulldozed to create a zone, and many people in Gaza have gathered there. Also, the motion says that ensure Canadians trapped in Gaza can reach safety in Canada and lift the arbitrary cap of 1,000 temporary resident visa applications. And as I said a few moments ago, everyone fears the same thing, that Palestinians who leave their homes will no longer be able to return to them. So we have to also ban extremist settlers from Canada and impose sanctions, and impose sanctions on Israeli officials who incite genocide and maintain sanctions on Hamas leaders. I think this also goes without explanation. Then we have to advocate for an end to the decades-long occupation of Palestinian territories and work towards a two-state solution, and officially recognize the state of Palestine and maintain Canada's recognition of Israel's rights to live and exist in peace with its neighbors. So we've always been in favor of a two-state solution, but the Netanyahu government has refused this option, and we saw this, as our conservative colleagues say that it's a reward to Hamas, but the UK, Spain, Belgium also are planning to recognize the state of Israel. The Israeli government is trying to split up the Gaza Strip in various areas so they can colonize it when Palestinians leave. and it seems probable that the government is trying to make some regions, such as the north, unlivable for Palestinians. So it forces them to leave this territory. Mr. Speaker, also, well, there are these countries that are planning to recognize the Palestinian state, but there are already 78 countries that have recognized Palestine. In 1923, 123 countries had recognized Palestine. And, Mr. Speaker, I think that we also have to move forward with this motion to allow the situation on the ground to improve. Questions and comments?
Member for Churchill, Kawanaghaski. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Et merci à mon collègue.
I'd like to thank my colleague.
Given the right of people to self-determination is enshrined in legally binding treaties to which Canada is party, including the United Nations Charter, the International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, and the International Covenant on Economic, Social, and Cultural Rights, can the members speak more to their party's position on the importance of recognizing a Palestinian state after 75 years of occupation?
The Honourable Member from Montaguy. Mr. Speaker, the Israeli state concluded some treaties with some Arab countries, believing that this would allow for the creation of a calmer situation in the region. Obviously, with this brutal attack and barbarous attack against Gaza, there are some negotiations now on the back burner, and some treaties have been undermined. The reason is simple. You have to reach a treaty with the one country that will lead to lasting peace in the region, and this people is the Palestinian people. But the Israeli government is refusing this right now. And this is the only possible solution. It's what would allow this permanent war state to end that both Israeli and Palestinians are living in, and no people can live so long in a constant state of war.
Questions and comments? Young member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech.
Has called for an end of arms sales to the State of Israel. And specifically, they've called out Canada for fueling this crisis with military trade. The International Court of Justice made a ruling to prevent genocide. For years, New Democrats have called for an arms embargo. We are also calling on the government to do more to stop arms smuggling to Hamas. The member spoke about the increase in military trade that's happened since this conflict started. It's not enough, as the minister said, to go export permit by export permit. We need an arms embargo. Canada must do more to prioritize human rights, international law, and peace for Palestinians and Israelis. Can the member speak to how horrific it is that this government is still allowing military trade to the State of Israel?
I couldn't agree with my colleague more, especially since the Israeli government really wants to go to the end of this war. They want to continue it and they need weapons. And the reason they want to continue this war is simple. Netanyahu's government knows that its political survival depends on the ongoing war, because once the war will be over, they will have to explain to Israelis why this illusion under which they're trying to create some type of situation around Israel that is safe to ensure peace. They'll have to explain why security services weren't able to prevent this attack. They'll have to explain why they encouraged the creation of Hamas to weaken the Palestinian Authority and not hold negotiations on the creation of a Palestinian state. Now is time for members.
The Honourable Member from Whitby.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight an exceptional role model for youth in Whitby. Cohen Lane
fondly known as COCO, epitomizes community service. In 2022, he started COCO's Cocoa for Kids, a creative idea to turn Christmas lawn decorations into a hot chocolate stand to support Sick Kids Hospital. Motivated by the life-changing treatment his 16-year-old cousin received at Sick Kids as an infant, Cohen set out to raise money for sick kids, and recognizing the eagerness of his friends to contribute, he established the COCO Crew, acknowledging dedicated volunteers. With the support of the COCO Crew and his relentless dedication, Cohen yielded an impressive $6,130. The following year, in just 10 days, Cohen exceeded his $7,500 goal by raising an astounding $14,512. Cohen's approach stands out for his fundraising talent, his inclusivity, and his kindness. Today, let us all applaud Cohen, a young philanthropist whose passion serves as an inspiration to all of us.
The honourable member from West Nova.
Mr. Speaker, the seafood industry is a top contributor in Nova Scotia's economy, and in my riding of West Nova is home to some of the most productive fishing grounds in the world. The lobster fishing is a major employer in many coastal communities, supporting thousands of good local jobs. Everything has been built in our communities over the years has been done thanks to the strength of the lobster stock and the entrepreneurial spirit of our incredible fishers. Unfortunately, lobster catches are continuously declining while the cost of living is going up, making it extremely difficult for fishing families to make ends meet. The primary responsibility of DFO is to provide science, conserve, and protect resources while working with all stakeholders. However, the department has turned a blind eye to the out-of-season, unregulated, unreported fishery that has been taking place in lobster fishing area 34 over the years for the safety of all fishers and to preserve the sustainability of the stocks. Our government must do better to protect the industry for future generations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Aurora Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. March 8th was International Women's Day, a day celebrated by women here in Canada and around the world. Originating in the decade from 1910 to 20, with women fighting for better working conditions, the right to vote, and for peace, it has been observed since to celebrate women's achievements and the fight for equality. From across York Region, women and our allies gathered at the Leona Training Centre in Richmond Hill, with our Liberal York Region MPs joined by our Minister of Women and Labour, where we heard from amazing community members, women trailblazers in non-traditional roles. Thank you to Leona, the York Regional Police, York Central and Richmond Hill firefighters, as well as Blue Door, Ella at Y-Space and CYRSS for making this a fantastic celebration. We all recognize the need to keep working together to advance gender equality. And this year's theme underscored this. We must invest in women to accelerate progress. And we must not let regressive forces push us back. Happy International Women's Day.
L'honorable député d'Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. On March 2nd, we lost a unique figure in the Quebec media and artistic spheres. Paul Oud died much too young at the age of 69. He had many talents. He was an exceptional communicator and a living encyclopedia. He had in-depth knowledge of many subjects and a deep mastery of the French language. His varied career included being a radio host, as well as participating in the show La Fin du Monde est à 7 heures. He also played Fernand in Les Boys. He was an improbable ambassador of the Chicago Blackhawks in Quebec, and everyone appreciated his kindness and generosity. Our sincere condolences to his family and loved ones. He had an incredible memory, and he will also have marked all of our memories. Even his character, Nostradamus, could have predicted it. He will not leave our collective memory anytime soon. Paul Oud is not dead, he's just in overtime.
The honourable member from Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, just recently I was in the Philippines with the Minister of Agriculture, and we actually opened the very first ever Indo-Pacific Agriculture and Agri-Food Office, Mr. Speaker. Sure. No government in the recent history has done more in terms of enhancing trade opportunities. This office is going to serve over 40 countries, and it's going to be located in Metro Manila, Mr. Speaker. When you think of agriculture, think of $30 billion in 2023. Add another $70 billion when you think of food industry, Mr. Speaker. Think of the potential that has for the creation of jobs, for the food security in the world. There is so much more that we can do, Mr. Speaker, and this is a government that believes in trade and believes in getting the agreements and getting the job done. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wow. Member from Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Prime Minister, crime and chaos, hard drugs and disorder rage in our streets. Adnan Polat has owned Gold Rush Jewelers in Maple Ridge for decades. He's closing his store for a new location because of rampant drug crimes and threats. In British Columbia, over 2,500 people, a record, died last year from overdoses, and over 40,000 have died since the Liberals have come into power. The Liberals and NDP's dangerous self-supply experiment has ruined the lives of countless Canadians and devastated communities. In a Prince George drug bust, the RCMP discovered more than 10,000 morphine and hydromorphone pills coming from the government's safe supply program. They got into the hands of drug dealers who prey and destroy the most vulnerable. Common sense conservatives will stop spending taxpayers' dollars on dangerous drugs. We will support treatment and recovery to bring our loved ones home drug-free.
The honourable member from Ottawa West Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, recently I visited the grade 6 social entrepreneurship class at St. Gregory Catholic School in my riding. These smart and creative kids have raised over $700 for the Ottawa Food Bank by making and selling greeting cards and 3D printed items like jewelry and keychains and selling them on Shopify. Through work-based learning, they use their business skills to address UN Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Hunger. These students, with the guidance of their teacher, Susan Goslin, and mentor, Jeremy McQuigg, are learning skills that they're applying in order to make a better world. They told me that they just want to ensure that everyone goes home to food on their plate. Their social enterprise is called Every Bite Counts. By helping others, including those that they may never meet, these inspiring kids understand that when our neighbors do well, we all do well. These grade 6 students inspire me and give me hope. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Nepean.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to recognize Black History Ottawa, which emerged from the activities of Barbados Ottawa Association and from the Black History Month Committee formed in 1986. Since then, every February, this organization has been celebrating Black History Month in the nation's capital. Their activities honor the numerous achievements and contributions of Canadians of African, Caribbean, and Black heritage in fields such as sciences, medicine, literature, the arts, and sports. They also serve to acknowledge the roles Blacks have played in the growth and development of Canadian society and culture. I would like to recognize and thank the key leaders associated with Black History Ottawa, including but not limited to June Girwan, Godwin Efudi, Joanne Robinson, Sarah Uniango, and Jean-Marie Garrier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Hastings, Lennox-Naddington.
Mr. Speaker, we are in a grim situation as the affordability crisis is getting worse. Groceries, rent, mortgages, heating, medication, the price of everything has increased to unmanageable levels under 8 years of this Liberal NDP government. At CFP Gagetown in New Brunswick, upwards of 50 military families are forced to use the local food bank. Instead of delivering relief to the struggling single parent, families, students, or seniors, they want to hike the carbon tax by 23% over the next 6 years. The independent parliamentary budget officer confirmed that most families will pay more in tax than what they receive via rebate. This is not partisan noise, Mr. Speaker. This is fact. Canadians can take solace in knowing that when this Liberal NDP government is finally defeated, the common sense Conservative government will axe the tax and bring fiscal stewardship home to Ottawa. Let's bring it home.
The honourable member from Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this month, millions of Muslims across Canada and around the world, including my family and I, are celebrating the holy month of Ramadan, fasting during the day, sharing meals with their friends and families at sunset, and becoming closer to our faith. It's usually a time of community and of celebration. But this year, when we gather, we speak of Gaza. As we eat our dates, we think of the innocent Palestinian people forced into starvation. We think about the mothers desperately grinding up animal feed to feed their children, about the young children who have woken up in the hospital, still in shock, to find out their parents were killed by Israeli airstrikes. My prayer for Ramadan, as it has been for many months, is immediate and just ceasefire, return of all hostages and prisoners, and unimpeded humanitarian aid. My prayers are for peace and justice. Bravo.
The honourable member from Dolphin, Swan River, Nipawang.
Here. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, Canadians are turning to food banks at record rates. We just learned that in Toronto alone, the Daily Bread Food Bank served over 300,000 people this February. Wow. That's up from 52,000 people in 2015.
Shameful.
Now this NDP Liberal government wants to hike their punishing carbon tax on food, heat, and groceries by 23% as part of their plan to quadruple the carbon tax. What a cruel April Fool's joke to play on Canadians. According to the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the average Manitoba family will pay $1,750 in carbon tax. That's far more than any rebate, Mr. Speaker. No wonder why 70% of Canadian premiers and 70% of Canadians are opposed to the Prime Minister's carbon tax hike. Only common sense Conservatives will stand with Canadians against this Prime Minister's failed carbon tax. It's time to spike the hike and axe the carbon tax.
Well done. The honourable member from Tobic, Mactaquac.
Mr. Speaker, 7 out of 10 premiers around the country have stood against this Liberal carbon tax. Now even the Liberal Premier of Newfoundland has come out and said that it's not working and is not worth the cost. The Prime Minister responded by saying, I think Mr. Furey is continuing to bow to political pressure. Mr. Speaker, this isn't just political pressure. This is the overwhelming consensus of Canadians from coast to coast to coast. This government is elected to be the servant of the people, not their master. And the people are speaking clearly. When will they listen to the farmers who feed us and are fed up with struggling to keep up with the soaring input cost coming from this costly coalition? When will they listen to the single mother who has had to choose between heating or eating for her family, and the senior who lays awake worrying about how they're going to manage yet another tax hike while on their fixed incomes? When will they listen to rural Canadians who have no options for heating their homes or transportation? When will this government finally start to hear the cries of Canadians who want to axe the tax and hike this spike in the tax?
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, this year once again, thanks to International Women's Day, I had the opportunity to honour 8 exceptional female citizens who are contributing to the quality of life in Bourassa. I'd like to thank all of the elected officials who joined me in order to celebrate these women who have done a great deal in our riding. Mr. Speaker, women's struggle is our struggle. For the 7th edition, I was pleased to give medals to 8 women in Bourassa: Elena Adipietro, Julie Bessette, Julie Mayer, Renée Dagenet, Huguette Péloquin, Keisha Estimé, Yves Torres, and Sly Toussaint. I'd like to congratulate all of them. Thank you.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Today I will read into the record what legal expert Dr. Artie Amisis has to say on the legal framework for Palestinian statehood. Palestine is recognized by 140 states. Palestine is a juridical fact. Its territory is under illegal foreign military occupation by Israel, but that does not mean the state of Palestine does not exist in law. It possesses all 4 of the criterion for statehood as codified in the 1933 Montevideo Convention on the Rights and Duties of States. It has a permanent population, a territory, a government, and the capacity to enter into foreign relations with other states. Successive Israeli governments have for years indicated that they will never allow the establishment of an independent Palestinian state and that only Jewish people have the right to jurisdiction, self-determination in the land between the river and the sea. This is unlawful. As a preemptory norm, no people's right to self-determination in their own territory can be subject to negotiation under international law. This is Canada's last chance for the only framework for a two-state solution. Where will this Liberal government stand today on Palestinian statehood?
The Honourable Member for Abitibi James Nunavik. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I would like to offer our most sincere support to the Ottawa Sri Lankan community, which was hit hard on March the 6th. We offer our deepest condolences to the Sri Lankan community and all those who were affected by this horrifying situation, especially the families and friends of the victims. Mr. Speaker, it is truly heartbreaking to think about this father who's in the hospital and whose life has been completely upended by the terrible loss of his spouse and their 4 children. We hope that he will receive all of the support that he needs to get through this inconceivably tragic situation. I hope that such a thing will never happen again. Let us try together to find ways to reduce violence, which leads only to misery, loss, and tears. Our heart stands with Barrhaven. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Stormont Dundas, South Glengarry.
After 8 years of this Prime Minister, life has never been more expensive, and to make matters worse, the Prime Minister is going to play a cruel joke on Canadians on April 1st, hiking the carbon tax again, this time by 23%, as part of his plans with the NDP to quadruple the carbon tax on everyone. That's why 70% of Canadians in 7 premiers are demanding a stop to this latest tax hike. Even the provincial Liberals now in Ontario and New Brunswick are getting out against these never-ending tax hikes. After 8 years, Mr. Speaker, even Liberals now know that this Prime Minister is just not worth the cost. The only ones that don't seem to get it are the NDP Liberal coalition here in Ottawa. But meanwhile, it is getting worse as food banks are bracing for an extra 1 million visits to food banks this year. Our common sense plan is clear. Axe the tax for everyone, everywhere, for good. It's time the Prime Minister, the NDP, and the Liberals smartened up, spiked the hike, and axed the tax.
The Honourable Member from Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with deep sadness that I rise today to pay tribute to a remarkable woman, politician, entrepreneur, and friend. Former MP Kim Rudd, who represented the riding of Northumberland Peterborough South from 2015 to 2019, recently passed away after a long battle with cancer. Kim worked hard for her constituency and for Canadians. She served as a parliamentary secretary, chair of the Health Research Caucus, and on a number of committees. She was a strong supporter of women and of the mining industry and the nuclear industry, knowing that the resource sector was key to climate action. Kim was a fierce fighter in her battle with cancer and used her experience to advocate for new research in ovarian cancer and for women's health. But most importantly, Kim was a wife, a mother, and a grandmother, a loyal and beautiful friend who will be deeply missed. Her hard work and commitment lit the way for others and left this world a better place. Let's carry that torch for Kim in her fight for women and for all Canadians. Today, we send our deepest sympathies to her husband, Tom, her daughters, Allison and Stephanie, their partners, and her 4 grandchildren. And we thank Kim for her contributions to our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions orales, oral questions.
The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. After 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost. Common sense Conservatives are working to fix the budget, stop crime, and build homes, but the Prime Minister not only wants to impose a new 17 cents a litre tax on gas with the support of the NDP and the Bloc, he now wants to impose a decree to close the forestry sector in Quebec. Why does the Prime Minister want to step on Quebec's jurisdiction to kill jobs in the forestry sector? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, since 2013, Quebec has put in place its own process and for putting a price on carbon. The province is not under the federal regime. The Conservative leader continues to show to what extent he doesn't understand Quebecers by promising to demolish a system that Quebec decided to put in place itself over 10 years ago. It's the Conservative leader who does not respect provincial jurisdiction. The Honourable Leader of the Official Opposition. Apparently, there was an interpretation error. The question was about the forestry sector, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister wants to close with a decree which violates Quebec's jurisdiction. Meanwhile, common sense Conservatives want to defend workers in the forestry sector. Meanwhile, in the Journal de Montréal, we read that these people are hungry. People have had to, the police have had to intervene twice in distributing food baskets. So why is the Prime Minister, with his tax and inflationary deficits, continuing to make people hungry? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are the ones who want to reduce all of the social supports that the federal government now offers to Quebecers. The only thing that the Conservatives understand how to do is cut, cut, cut. They want to cut support for those less fortunate, but we will be there and we will not let the Conservatives cut this necessary aid.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
While common sense Conservatives are fighting to axe the tax, build the homes, fix the budget, and stop the crime, this Prime Minister is promising a cruel April Fool's Day joke, a 23% carbon tax hike on food, gas, and groceries. This at a time when the Prime Minister has forced 50 families at CFB in Gagetown, military families, to go to food banks. 2 million Canadians every month going to those same food banks, 8,000 as part of a Facebook group where they share tips on eating out of dumpsters. Will the Prime Minister gain some compassion and some common sense and spike the hike?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives when it comes to supporting the least vulnerable in our country. This is the party that wants to cut the Canada Child benefit. This is the party that wants to cut support to our seniors. This is the party that wants to cut early learning and childcare, which supports so many families. They're opposed to dental care. They're opposed to pharmacare, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Fear and falsehoods to distract from the fact that after 8 years of this Prime Minister, he's not worth the cost, and neither is his carbon tax, which will cost the average Ontario family this coming year $1,674. $1,674 for a middle-class family that's lined up at a food bank, not able to feed themselves or pay their heating bill. Will the Prime Minister give his head a shake, cancel his cruel April Fool's Day joke, and spike the hike?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, no one here is surprised to hear the Conservative leader talk about fear and falsehoods, because that is what he traffics in every single day. It's his area of personal expertise. Now, what he is proposing is, at least he is consistent. He wants to cut the support that Canadians get, and he wants to cut the support Canadian families are getting from the price on pollution. That's $1,800 Alberta families won't get. That's $1,120 Ontario families won't get. Cut. All they know how to do.
Excellent. The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
So she just brags that Alberta families will get $1,800, but according to the parliamentary budget officer, the carbon tax will cost Alberta families $2,943.
Amazing.
So the Prime Minister takes away $2,943 and gives back $1,800. Mr. Speaker, it's almost like he's a bank robber who thinks that he's virtuous because he tips the teller on the way out the door. Why won't he spike the hike?
The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader should know a lot about living off the public purse. That's all he has done his entire life. Now, when it comes to the price on pollution, this is entirely revenue neutral. The government does not keep a penny. It returns more money to 8 out of 10 Canadian families. That's a good deal for Canadians, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Prairie. This Prime Minister... sorry, I'll interrupt the member from La Prairie, but his microphone wasn't on, so I will ask the Honourable Member from La Prairie to restart from the beginning, please. On Friday, the Premier of Quebec met with this Prime Minister to ask for full power for Quebec when it comes to immigration. And this Prime Minister said, no, but that's not all. Did the Prime Minister commit to adjusting immigration levels to meet the ability to welcome people? No. Did he commit to doing his fair part to helping with asylum seekers? No. Did he commit to accelerating the processing of requests and the granting of work permits? No. All day he said, no, 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 no. If he doesn't want to deal with immigration, why is he preventing Quebec from doing it? The Honourable Minister of Immigration, Citizenship and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is no country in the world, no federal state in the world which would give all immigration powers to a federated state. We have a major agreement with Quebec that's in place, the Canada-Quebec Agreement, which gives a great deal of power to Quebec. There's responsibility on both sides, Canada and Quebec. We will continue our great relationship with Quebec and continue to work, particularly on the temporary workers file. The Honourable Member for La Prairie. Nobody has ever taught this Prime Minister that he could say yes, that he could be a partner, that he has the responsibility to bring solutions and compromises to meetings on immigration. And yet, there's no additional power for Quebec, no money for asylum seekers, no help with welcoming, no accelerating work permits or processing of requests. Not even any thoughts, any ideas on the ability to welcome people. And, you know, the Prime Minister said that he found his job difficult and maybe boring on the weekend. Is that why he's not doing it? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. I wonder what $5.2 billion means for the member across the way. Since 2015, our government, under the Canada-Quebec Agreement, has contributed that. It's a good relationship we have. There was a good meeting on Friday. The member across the way refuses to admit it. There's work that we can continue to do with both governments, and we will continue to do that.
From Burnaby South.
The people of Gaza are facing unspeakable violence. Thousands of children have been killed, and vital supplies like food, medicine, and water are scarce. Today, the NDP is calling on the government to do everything in its power to stop the violence and release the hostages. Will the Prime Minister vote today for peace?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with my honourable colleague. The violence must stop. Hostages must be released. Humanitarian aid must go into Gaza. We need to make sure that Israeli and Palestinian civilians are protected. And that is the position of the government. We will be there to make sure that there is long-term peace in the region, and of course to make sure that there is to make sure that the Jewish community and the Muslim community and all communities across the country are well secured and can live peacefully here as well at home.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby South.
Canadians are watching, and they're going to see how this government votes. La violence qu'on voit en Palestine.
The violence that we're seeing in Palestine and Gaza cannot continue. Civilians are being killed for crimes they did not commit. Our motion calls for actions that the Liberals can take to promote peace and justice in the region. Will the Prime Minister vote for peace, yes or no? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our position is clear. The hostages must be released. Humanitarian aid, more humanitarian aid must get into Gaza, and we need to make sure that there is peace and stability in the region. And that is why I was in the region recently, last week. That's why the Government of Canada, the country, Canada, we will continue to be there to work towards all solutions, which will include a two-state solution and recognition of a Palestinian state, but also with normalization of diplomatic relations with the region.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
After 8 years, this Prime Minister is not worth the cost. And thanks to his policies, millions of Canadians are visiting a food bank for the first time in their lives. And as if prices weren't high enough already, this Prime Minister is planning a 23% hike on the carbon tax in a cruel April Fool's Day joke. But the tax revolt is happening. 70% of Canadians and 70% of premiers are opposed and fighting back. Like in Saskatchewan, where the budget watchdog has determined that Saskatchewan families will pay an extra $2,620 in the carbon tax. So simple question, where are Saskatchewan families supposed to come up with $2,600 to pay his tax?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of respect for the former Conservative leader, and he is a proud MP from the province of Saskatchewan, a province that is proud of its Ukrainian Canadian population. Now, last week, the current Conservative leader said in a radio interview, he implied strongly he would cut all economic aid for Ukraine. This is a chance for the MP from Saskatchewan to say, does he support that shameful position? Yes or no?
Yes or no? Yes.
The honourable member from Regina Capel.
They desperately don't want to answer for the carbon tax pain they're causing Canadians. And no one is fooled by the ridiculous rebate ruse this government is selling. That's because Canadians know that the carbon tax rebate was specifically designed to exclude all the secondary costs that go up when the producer, the shipper, and the retailer all have to pay their higher share of carbon taxes. And the average income earners, the middle income earners across Canada, are worse off even after the rebate. $900 worse off in Alberta, $500 worse off in Saskatchewan, $600 worse off in Ontario. Why doesn't the Prime Minister show some compassion and spike the hike?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I'm glad to hear the member opposite talk about the rebate, because that is what it is. This is returning money to Canadians. 8 out of 10 families are better off. It is revenue neutral for the government. But I noticed that this Saskatchewan MP, a member of Parliament many of us on this side of the House really respect, someone who is proud to represent the people of Saskatchewan, I'd like to hear him say, does he support his leader's shameful position on Ukraine? Yes or no? The people of Saskatchewan deserve to know.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal Prime Minister, food bank usage in Toronto is up 500%. Now they want to hike the carbon tax on gas, on groceries, on home heating by 23%, on their way to quadrupling the tax over the next 6 years. What a cruel April Fool's joke. According to the parliamentary budget officer, the average Ontario family will pay $1,674 of carbon tax. Where does this Prime Minister think they're going to get that kind of money?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians can see through these Conservatives, and they know that the only thing these Conservatives know how to do is cut, 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 and the people who suffer the most are the most vulnerable. They want to cut the Canada Child Benefit. They do not support dental care, which is helping the most vulnerable among us. They do not support early learning and childcare, which is helping make life more affordable for Canadian families. They want to push Canadians into poverty. We won't let them.
The honourable member from Thornhill.
Mr. Speaker, they've already done that, and we're going to cut the taxes. If you give back $1,000 to an Ontario family, but you take $1,674, Liberal math says that's more, but real math says that's less. The Prime Minister doesn't get it. He's not worth the cost, especially for the 300,000 Torontonians who ate in a food bank just last February. They are about to hike taxes by 23% in less than 2 weeks. Why is she the only person in Canada who thinks that raising taxes will lower the cost of food?
The Honourable Minister of Finance and Deputy Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, if the member opposite really believes her rhetoric about supporting Canadian families, why does she think that cutting support for them will help? Why doesn't she support early learning and childcare? Why doesn't she support the Canada Child Benefit, which has helped to lift more than 2.3 million Canadians, particularly children, out of poverty? Why doesn't she support dental care, which is helping the poorest Canadians be able to take care of their health and their teeth? That is Conservative hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
After 8 years of this Liberal NDP coalition, food has never been more expensive. In fact, food is so unaffordable that 50 active serving military families from CFB Gagetown are using the Oromocto Food Bank. This is outrageous, it is shocking, and it is unacceptable. Right. So, for the 100th time, on behalf of all the Canadians and 70% of the premiers in this country, will they spike the hike, axe the tax, and make food more affordable?
Yeah! The Honourable Minister for National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, that's an extraordinary comment, and I'd like to commend the member for being able to say it with a straight face. Because the fact is, Mr. Speaker, we gave members of the Canadian Armed Forces a very significant raise just last year. And when it came before this House to vote for the money for that raise, every single Conservative on that side of the House voted against it. Shame. Mr. Speaker, perhaps they should scrap the crap.
Shame.
I'm going to ask members to be very judicious in their use of words and to making sure, and I'll ask the Honourable Minister to be very judicious in his choice of words.
The Honourable member from Peterborough-Kawartha.
Mr. Speaker, that's exactly the lack of classy response I would expect from a Liberal member. And the reality is he doesn't know what's going on because clearly he doesn't listen. These are 50 real families accessing a food bank under that Prime Minister's watch. $700 more in groceries a year for Canadian families. Low-income families are most impacted. 1 million more users of food banks this year. Students, seniors, low-income families. Right. Those are the facts. That's what we will keep fighting for. Spike the hike, axe the tax.
Yeah.
The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Mr. Speaker, many people in this House profess to support members of the Canadian Armed Forces, and yet when it came time to put your money where your mouth is, they weren't there. When it came time to vote for a pay raise for members of the Canadian Armed Forces, every single one of them voted against it. Mr. Speaker, that's the height of hypocrisy.
Shame.
Before I move to the honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa, I would just like to remind all members that when you're answering questions or asking questions, you need to go through the chair. The honourable member for Salaberry-Surwa. The word out of Ottawa these days is no. No to full powers and immigration for Quebec, but also no to the right to withdraw with full compensation from the federal dental care program. No to the right to withdraw with full compensation from the federal drugs program. No early requests for medical assistance in dying. And even in healthcare, where Quebec has full powers, the answer is no. Even in programs created by Quebec, it's no. Why not respect Quebec's expertise instead of complicating or even preventing access to care? The Honourable Minister of Public Services and Procurement. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm so happy to hear our colleague talk about dental care, the new Canadian dental care program, Mr. Speaker, under which 1.4 million seniors have already asked for access. And of that 1.4 million seniors, over a third are seniors from Quebec. And there are more seniors from Quebec who have made a request with success than seniors from Ontario. And all that is because, Mr. Speaker, we really need this plan to help seniors get essential dental care and also to help make sure that our professionals can take care of people across the country, including in Quebec. The Honourable Member for Moncton. When it comes to health care, even when Ottawa and Quebec agree, the federal government threatens to say no. Quebec has resigned itself to the insufficient increase in health transfers, and yet Ottawa is threatening to cut if Quebec doesn't meet its conditions in the next 13 days. Even when Ottawa and Quebec have the same goals and when they agree, Ottawa is threatening to hold back the money if we don't sign to approve each one of its conditions. What is the federal government waiting for to give Quebecers their money back? Do we have to beg on bended knee? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Well, you know, Mr. Speaker, who's saying no? It's the Bloc Québécois. They're saying no to collaboration, no to conversations, no to partnerships, no to everything, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, the government is working with the government of Quebec to have a fair agreement, and we're very confident that we'll get there by the end of the month, Mr. Speaker. Why? Why? Because it's good for all Quebecers, for everyone except for the Bloc Québécois. L'honorable député de Montcalm. The Honourable Member for Montcalm. This government has just decided it's going to say no to everything. No to everything all the time. No to Bill 21. No to full power in immigration. No to Quebec's ability to manage health care itself, even though it's exclusive provincial jurisdiction. Imagine, today, they're saying no to Quebec's autonomy when it comes to managing its own fields of jurisdiction, despite the fact that this principle is recognized across Canada. Do the Liberals not realize to what extent they're showing a lack of respect to Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Does the Bloc Québécois not realize the extent to which it's not showing respect to Quebecers, Mr. Speaker? And, you know, our leader... Their leader attacked the Premier of Quebec in a speech. Meanwhile, our leader is meeting with the Premier. The Bloc are the champions of no. No to agreements, no to discussion, no to collaboration. That's what the Bloc Québécois is. We are going to have an agreement by the end of the month, an agreement that's good for all Quebecers, Mr. Speaker, but not for the Bloc Québécois, apparently.
The Honourable Member from Coastal Bay Central, Notre Dame.
Mr. Speaker, Saturday's poll by the Voice of the Common Man revealed that 90% of Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are against the April 1st increase in carbon tax by 23%. Even the Liberal Premier, a fury, he pleaded with the Prime Minister to pause the April 1st tax hike.
That's right.
Newfoundlanders and Labradorians are sick and tired of these cruel April Fool's jokes. So after 8 years, will this NDP Liberal Prime Minister heed the plead and spike the hike, or will he once again prove that he's simply not worth the cost?
The Honourable Minister for Labour.
Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we will continue. We are absolutely driven to impart upon the people of Canada cold, hard cash in their pockets. That is what that is what this rebate will do. This is not something that's made up. This is not something that's trivial. This is something that Canadians feel in their bank accounts and in their wallets and in their pockets 4 times a year. This is real cash, Mr. Speaker. We will not deny to the people of Canada. Thank you.
The Honourable Member from Foothills.
After 8 years, this Liberal Prime Minister is just not worth the cost for Canadian farmers. On April 1st, the Prime Minister is going to increase the carbon tax 23%, and the impact on Canadian food production is staggering. A grain farmer in Simcoe County paid $36,000 in the carbon tax in 1 month. The carbon tax cost a poultry farmer in Alberta $180,000 last year. The food professor, Dr. Sylvain Charlebois, advised the Liberals to spike the hike or see wholesale food costs go up 34%. Wow. Food production is no joke. Will the Prime Minister spike the hike so farmers can afford to grow food?
The Honourable Minister for Agriculture.
Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleague is well aware that farmers are on the front line of climate change. He's also fully aware that we have a climate change environmental plan. He's also aware that his constituents receive $1,800 a year in their bank account. Is that what you want to cut? $1,800 out of your constituents' bank account? I disagree.
Once again, I'd like to remind ministers to make sure that their answers go through the chair. I also invite all members to do that. The reason why that's done is so that there is always a sense that there is not personal attacks when members are asking questions or making responses. The honourable member from Foothills.
My constituents are fully aware that Liberals are taking away $2,900 and giving them back $1,800. That is not revenue neutral. But here are the facts. The Liberals are increasing the cost of food yet again on April 1st by increasing the carbon tax by 23%. This is driving Canadians to food banks in unprecedented numbers. The Caring Covered Food Bank in Prince Edward Island is struggling just to keep its doors open. It can't handle the increase in demand, up 70%, 5,500 families. I know the Prime Minister is bored, but will he listen to Canadians, axe the tax, so Canadians can put food on the table?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, it is very surprising to hear the member opposite talk about support for the most vulnerable Canadians. But I'm glad he is turning his attention there. So if he cares about the families of PEI, I want to understand, does he support our early learning and childcare system, which PEI has been enthusiastically a part of, which is putting money back in the pockets of PEI families? Does he support that? Does he support dental care that the seniors of PEI are enthusiastically supportive of? That is real support.
The honourable member from Vancouver East.
After 2 months, I'm aware of nearly 2,000 loved ones in Gaza are still waiting to receive a code from IRCC to reunite with their families in Canada. Clearly, the 1,000 arbitrary cap is a problem. And even for those with codes, not one person has made it to safety, not even people whose biometrics is completed. Meanwhile, families are reporting that their loved ones have been killed in an airstrike. Why can't Canada get people across the border when other countries can? And what will it take for the minister to lift that cap?
The Honourable Minister for Immigration, Refugees and Citizenship.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It'll perhaps be cold comfort for the member opposite to find out that we are indeed increasing the number of people that will be eligible to come out of Gaza. There are a number of matters that are beyond our control, notably the ability to extract people from the Rafah Gate. That is something that falls within matters of other governments, which we plead with them to let those people out. But again, we will be relentless in advocating for people reunifying with their family members in Canada, if but for on a temporary basis. Thank you.
The honourable member from Hamilton Centre.
Starvation of civilians during war is absolutely prohibited under Article 54 of the Geneva Conventions. A UN food agency just reported that due to the Israeli siege on Gaza, 1.1 million Palestinians are facing catastrophic hunger. And the EU Foreign Policy Chief, Joseph Borrell, stated that Israel is provoking famine in Gaza and using starvation as a weapon of war. So my question is, did the Foreign Affairs Minister at any point during her high-level meetings with the 2 Israeli cabinet ministers named in the ICJ proceedings raise the plight of starving Palestinians in Gaza forced into famine by Israel?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I did. And you know what? I will never shy away from having difficult conversations. Maybe with the Israeli government, maybe with the Palestinian Authority. And we need to make sure that we will continue to put pressure on Hamas, who is a terrorist organization, to release hostages. We support the discussions that are happening with Qatar, Egypt, the U.S., to make sure, and of course Israel, to make sure that the hostages are released. And we need to make sure that there's more humanitarian access to Gaza, including the support of UNRWA. Thank you so much.
The honourable member from Newmarket, Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in recent months, we've heard lots of stories about Canadians with disabilities receiving unacceptable treatment while traveling with Canadian Airlines. Canadians with disabilities have the same rights as all of us. They deserve equal access and to be treated with dignity. The Minister of Transport said it best when he said, "Our airlines need to do a better job for Canadians." So, can he tell us what's happening next?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, I want to thank my colleague for his amazing work, and I've been clear. What happened was completely unacceptable. All Kenyans must be treated with dignity and respect, full stop. Airlines have to do better. We all have to do better. And the Minister of Diversity, Inclusion, and Persons with Disability and I want to see action now, which is why I'm announcing an Air Accessibility Summit in Ottawa on May 9th. We have to work together to ensure a more accessible, a more inclusive Canada. This is about fairness, dignity, and respect.
The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. After 8 years of this Liberal government, Quebec farmers are feeling the pinch. Tax hikes, inflation, and carbon pricing, which the Bloc would like to radically increase, have led to a general feeling of frustration, according to the president of the Union des Producteurs Agricoles. He says with the rise in interest rates plus the increase in input costs, net farm income is plummeting, and we're talking about virtually zero net income in 2024. Will the Liberal and Bloc MPs listen to the farmers' frustration and vote against the 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st? The Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I hope that the member across the way understands that Quebec, the province of Quebec, has its own carbon price system. This system was established in 2013 under Quebec's jurisdiction. And I think Quebecers have the right to know if the Conservative Party and the member across the way intend to demolish Quebec's system in place, whether they intend to do this. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-l'Érable. In the St. Lawrence region, 500 farmers escorted by 200 tractors, also and on the North Shore in Quebec City. It's a real cry from the heart that our farmers are launching across the province. While farm closures multiply, the Liberals, supported by the Bloc, think it's a good idea to raise taxes on diesel, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc Liberal coalition has increased the taxes for those who produce food so that Quebecers can they give up these taxes so Quebecers can continue to eat locally? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I feel that the Premier of Quebec was Mr. Legault and not the member across the way. And it's Quebec that has its own system for carbon pricing. This system is working very well. This system has the support of Quebecers, and the province supports it. We do respect Quebec's jurisdiction and that of the system it's established. The Honourable Member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this Liberal government, Canadians know that this government likes to meddle in provincial jurisdiction. Now, the latest attack is on woodland caribou. We support the 1,600 workers in this sector, but now this Liberal Environment Minister wants to meddle in areas that are none of his business. This question is for the Deputy Prime Minister. Will they not tell their Minister of the Environment to put aside his ideological politics and side with the workers instead? The Honourable Minister of the Environment and Climate Change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to remind my honourable colleague that more than a year ago, the Quebec government and the federal government signed a letter together under which we commit to protecting 70% of the caribou's habitat. And this agreement also set out consultations with the Indigenous peoples on this plan. The Quebec government committed to do this, and we expect the Quebec government to respect their word. Thank you. To keep their word. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, the Former Judge DeLille was convicted of premeditated murder of his wife in 2012. The decision was upheld on appeal and at the Supreme Court. In 2021, David Lametti intervened to request another trial, saying he was convinced that there had been a miscarriage of justice. But the report from the review group unveiled Thursday that there is no miscarriage of justice. Is the government denouncing the preferential treatment given to former Judge DeLille by the former Minister of Justice, David Lametti? I'd like to thank the member for his question. What I'd like to stress is that we're aware of the situation and we are going to follow up on this. Thank you. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Quebec sets its own immigration targets, they say, and we've said this many times. It's even more unacceptable 2 weeks ago that the minister ordered his officials to exceed the threshold set by Quebec. It's a serious precedent. From now on, the federal government will interpret Quebec's immigration targets not as a decision, but as a suggestion. It's the imposition on Quebec of federal immigration policies inspired by the Century Initiative in direct affront of the spirit of the Canada-Quebec Accord. Will the minister back down and return to discussions with Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Immigration and Refugees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm ready to answer the question when the member did read if she can reassure me that she did read the accord, the honourable member. I'll be pleased to say that I did do so. But the federal government has absolutely no lessons to give Quebec in terms of successful immigration. It's the federal government that has plunged immigrants into the worst housing crisis in recent years, and it's responsible for the service breakdowns for asylum seekers. It's the minister's fault that these people don't have the right to work to meet their basic needs. So no, we're not going to accept him unilaterally increasing immigration targets chosen by Quebec. Once again, will the minister respect Quebec's choices? The Honourable Minister of Immigration. Mr. Speaker, I have a question to ask the member across the way. What does she say to Quebec families who are waiting to be reunited with their families and their loved ones?
The Honourable Member from South Surrey, White Rock.
In British Columbia, the carbon tax is going up 23% on April 1st. After 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, middle-income families are depending on food banks. They receive absolutely nothing, no federal tax rebate, no provincial tax credit. But they do get higher prices for food, gas, and heating. 7 of 10 premiers are demanding the Prime Minister spike the hike, but the NDP Premier of BC is cheering it on. Will the Prime Minister stop the suffering and authorize Premier Eby to spike the hike on April 1st?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, as with the Conservative Quebec MPs, we are hearing a question that demonstrates either profound ignorance or profound disrespect of the system that the province of BC put in place. BC in 2008, led by a centre-right provincial government, put in place a world-leading price on pollution. That system is popular. That system was voted for by some current Conservative federal MPs from BC. Do they want to tear it apart?
The Honourable Member from South Surrey, White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and we absolutely do, because that was a baloney answer from this minister, and that's what we're getting from the BC Premier as well. There's 200,000 British Columbians relying on food banks in a single month now. The tax credit shell game, if you qualify, is way less than you pay. BC already has the highest gas prices, $2 a litre just this morning. A 23% hike will force up prices another 18 cents a litre. This Prime Minister isn't worth the cost. Will he show some compassion and authorize the BC Premier to spike the hike on April 1st?
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, did the MP from BC just accuse the Premier of BC of putting forward baloney policies for the people of BC? So is the federal Conservative Party jurisdiction of the province of BC? Is it intended to go against a system put in place in 2008 by a centre-right BC provincial government that the people of BC support? That is astonishing, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member from Central Okanagan, Similkameen Nicola.
Mr. Speaker, after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government, more and more British Columbians are lining up at food banks. That's not baloney. The fact that many can't afford to drive with $1.99 a litre gas isn't baloney either. What's also not baloney is on page 75 of the BC's 2024 budget, where the provincial government blames this Prime Minister for forcing a 23% carbon tax hike on April 1st. Will the Prime Minister help sandwich British Columbians and spike the hike? Or do British Columbians need to throw him out like an old, spoiled, stale pack of baloney? Hey!
The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, let's just remember that every single one of the Conservative MPs in this House today ran on a platform promising a price on pollution. And let's just remember that the BC caucus of that party includes MPs who, when they were in the provincial legislature, voted for British Columbia's current world-leading price on pollution. So Canadians and the people of BC have to ask themselves, do they even know what they campaigned on and what they voted for?
The honourable member for Madawaska-Restigouche. Mr. Speaker, I would like to wish you and every member of Parliament a happy Francophonie month. Mr. Speaker, in the last budget, our government announced its action plan for official languages with significant measures that include a historic $4.1 billion to help official language minority communities across Canada, including Acadia and New Brunswick. Could the Minister of Official Languages tell us about recent measures announced for the Francophonie Month? The Honourable Minister of Official Languages. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his tireless work on behalf of Acadians and the Canadian Francophonie. Our government is making record investments in official language minority communities. Last week, we announced a $62.5 million boost for more than 300 organizations across the country. And with these investments, we're ensuring strong, vibrant, and diverse communities. I'd like to join my colleague to wish you and everyone here in this House a happy Francophonie month.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
This NDP Liberal government has been trying to cover up the full cost of their $60 million Arrive scam. And after 8 years of this Prime Minister and his NDP Liberal government, they're not worth the cost or the corruption. And he's been hiding the documents, and we've been hearing the paper shredders, but his homework is due today. So the question is to the Prime Minister, at what time will he respect the common sense Conservative motion that was passed by this House and deliver all of the documents and the full cost of his Arrive scam scandal?
The honourable Minister for Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As many ministers, including the CVSC minister, has said often, what happened during COVID-19 regarding the application was unacceptable, despite the fact that it was built in a moment at which it was important for public servants to be efficient and acting quickly. Unfortunately, some of the rules were not followed, and there's more work to do, although much of the work that the Auditor General asked us to do has already been implemented.
The honourable member from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Island, Rideau Lakes.
Well, what the Auditor General asked in terms of information, this government didn't even want to provide. That's why they voted against having the Auditor General investigate this Prime Minister's $60 million Arrive scam. It's clear that after 8 years of this NDP Liberal government that they're not worth the corruption or worth the cost. That $60 million, Speaker, was for outside consultants. It wasn't for public servants who needed to act quickly. It was for Ottawa insiders who were getting rich, being made millionaires while Canadians struggle and are now lined up at food banks. This Prime Minister's had weeks. He won't stand up, but we've ordered him to provide the documents. At what time will they be provided?
The honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, from the very beginning, our government has been transparent with Canadians and with Parliament. We've had officials, we've had ministers appear before parliamentary committees. We understand the concern that Canadians have around the appropriate use of taxpayers' money. And Mr. Speaker, in spite of my friend's pessimism, I don't share his view that this government will always continue to be transparent with Canadians around this matter.
The honourable member from Fort Saskatchewan, Sherwood Park.
After 8 years, the Arrive scam scandal has made clear again that this NDP Liberal government and this Prime Minister are not worth the cost or the corruption. That's right. Liberals gave GC Strategies $20 million for Arrive scam alone. Now, last week, Christian Firth from GC Strategies revealed that he got at least $2,600 per hour for subcontracting. Canadians are struggling to put food on the table, and Liberals are giving well-connected consultants multi-millions at $2,600 per hour.
Unbelievable.
Simple question. Do Liberals believe that $2,600 per hour was a reasonable rate?
Wasn't reasonable.
The Honourable Minister for Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows very well, there are internal investigations being conducted into all these matters. We welcome the report of the Auditor General. The RCMP is investigating some elements of this matter. And Mr. Speaker, if at any time people have misused taxpayers' money or contractors have claimed taxpayers' money for work they didn't complete, of course the government will demand refunds as is appropriate.
The honourable member from Cloverdale, Langley City.
Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, legislation was introduced in the other place, that affirms the Government of Canada's recognition of the Haida Nation as the holder of inherent rights of governance and self-determination. These types of bills are needed as we move forward on the path of reconciliation with Indigenous communities. Can the Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations tell us what this means for the Haida Nation located on the Haida Gwaii Archipelago off British Columbia's north coast?
The Honourable Minister for Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, this marks a historical milestone for the Haida Nation. It is 50 years in the making, and it would rightfully recognize the Council of the Haida Nation as the government of the Haida people. This long overdue step solidifies Haida's authority, ensuring the protection of the beautiful lands and waters of Haida Gwaii for generations to come. I'm grateful to the nation for their collaboration and the member from Cloverdale, Langley City for this question, as well as his leadership on the INAN Committee. We will keep working to uphold the rights of the Haida Nation, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member from Nanaimo, Ladysmith.
Mr. Speaker, for 5 months, the Liberals have sat idly by while 30,000 civilians in Palestine have been killed, most of which have been women and children. It's devastating. Canada needs to take a stand for peace so that no one else is killed, not sitting on the sidelines. We need a ceasefire, real humanitarian aid, and the release of all hostages. Will the Liberals finally join so many across Canada and New Democrats by voting in support of our motion for peace and justice?
The Honourable Minister for Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank my colleague for her important question. Indeed, we believe in peace and stability in the region, and it starts with the release of all hostages. We need to make sure that humanitarian aid gets into Gaza. And of course, we need to get to a humanitarian ceasefire, which will bring long and lasting peace to Israel and also support a two-state solution and the creation of a Palestinian state for Palestinians. For too long, Israelis and Palestinians have suffered for the fact that we haven't found a solution to this conflict. We need to be there to support them, and we will be.
The honourable member for Richmond, Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, since the Liberal government was elected in 2015, we've been treated to deficits every single year. The country's debt has been exploding, and since then more and more people are worried. The cost of living is steadily rising, federal spending seems out of control, and we've seen various financial scandals, and most recently ArriveCan. My question to the Minister of Finance is extremely simple. Will she finally table a plan to balance the budget when she presents her budget on April 16th? The Honourable Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Finance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the colleague for his question. Our government understands the importance of supporting Canadians. and to do so responsibly, fiscally responsible. We are doing this, and we have maintained our AAA credit rating, and this was reconfirmed last week. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratios in the G7. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And that is all the time we have today for question period.
Affaires courantes ordinaires. Dépôt de
Tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36, bracket 8A, I have the honour to table in both official languages. The government's response is to 53 petitions. These returns will be tabled in an electronic format, Mr. Speaker.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement. Chers collègues, il y a du...
Dear colleagues, there have been discussions among representatives of all parties in the House, and I understand that there is agreement before we proceed with statements by ministers to now rise and observe a moment of silence in honour of the Right Honourable Martin Brian Mulroney, the 18th Prime Minister of Canada.
Among representatives of all the parties in the House, and I understand there is agreement before we proceed with statements by ministers to now rise and observe a moment of silence in honour of the Right Honourable Martin Brian Mulroney, the 18th Prime Minister of Canada.
All right, everybody, I'm going to be shutting it down in a few minutes, and only because they're going to be doing statements and from the ministers in honor of Mulroney. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you're new to the channel, and share the content.
Je donne maintenant la parole au très honorable.
I now recognize the Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the night before this House last rose, Canadians received the news that one of the lions of Canadian politics had left us. Prime Minister Brian Mulroney served in this chamber for a decade, but he served Canada his entire life. He loved this country with his whole heart, and he knew we were capable of great things. He saw that the greatest strength of this country was our shared values: opportunity, fairness, and justice for all, was one of the ways he put it. But he also understood that success was not automatic. It took hard work. C'est grâce à son éthique de...
Thanks to his work ethic, the son of a Bécomo, blue-collar worker.
All right, everybody, have a wonderful day, and we will see you tomorrow again. I will be starting the stream at 10 o'clock tomorrow. Have a wonderful night. Don't forget to like and subscribe.